Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect a gang of dead ops if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, no revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
I said, I'm talking and talking and talking. I was like, something told me, look down and see if you're muted, man. You're muted, brother. Shout out to everybody that's in the house, man. Shout out to everybody in the house. Well, first of all, let me say shout out to Brother Eric, man. Go check out Brother Eric at 16 to Life. Give me the YouTube page. Go check him out, man. Go see what he's talking about, man. He's a good dude, man. Was supposed to do life, never see the light of day again, man. But he got smart. He he realized, man, you know, he didn't have to live that way. So he started studying materials about what to do and say when you go before the parole boards. Missed on the first swing, we got it on the second swing. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Good dude, man. And then he's just all about the positivity, man. Trying to keep kids, you know, steer them out of the gang life and into you know, other positive stuff, man. Shout out to Brother Eric. Go visit him if you get a chance, man. Good dude, man. Good brother. I interviewed him, man. It's back there in the catalog somewhere. Go visit. But I'm gonna interview him again, man. Shout out to everybody. Oh, shout out to Arshawn, man. I tried to wait as long as I could, man. That brother, man, man, he makes working real easy. You know what I'm saying? I can listen to something while I'm in that truck, man. You know, while I'm running around the city of Los Angeles, man. I can run around the city of Los Angeles. And man, that brother, I was laughing so hard all day, man. They was breaking down the whole little, situation with Fatty and you know who, your favorite boss lady. He was breaking that down, and I was like, oh man, I have you busting up. But go check out Brother Eric, man, 16 to Life. Oh man. The YouTube page. All right, let me bring him down. Let me bring somebody else up. Let me bring up somebody who was just cussing me out last night. What's going on, Wrinkly?
What's up, you old salty niggasaurus? Happy post-freedom day. Get your ass back in the field.
Yeah, man. I mean, happy post-freedom day. Happy Juneteenth. You know what I mean?
The white man gave you one day off. Goddamn, get your ass back to work.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that,
say,
man.
Back to work.
White man is a good dude, man. He gave me the day off yesterday, Rico.
Yeah, gave you a ham sandwich too. He gave me some of the good pork.
No, he just said don't come to work. That's all right.
Yeah. Yes,
what's going on, man?
Hey, another day above ground.
Well, brother, we got some business to deal with today. I know you was over at Arshawn, man, because I was over there too, man. I was listening all day. And they was killing it, man. They was killing it.
That young savant man was laying it out like he always do.
Oh man.
Like I tell everybody, I'm like, he's a fucking savant. I love listening to him.
He caught a couple of points that I didn't even catch. He caught a couple of points I didn't even catch, man. I was like, wow.
He did it in his sleep. That young brother,
man. I said, oh, okay.
Him and he got a good team with Yella.
Yeah,
Yella brings some hellified, and people fail to realize he's edgy, he's street, but don't think he's dumb by no stretch of the imagination.
No, very intelligent.
Not at all. Oh shit.
But here's the bad part
I give Arshawn the edge because he is a savant, but Yella's smart as hell. He just bring it with that down home. Straight Chicago street.
Straight off the corner.
Oh, the brother's right. Yeah.
Hey, but see,
I ain't fucking with neither one of them. No time soon.
I was listening to the show, right? Mm-hmm. And I was about to. I didn't have my headphones, so I was just gonna have my phone blasting when I went to my office to turn into my equipment, right?
Yeah.
And then I said, but I can't do that, man. They got Yellow on the show. Who knows what Yellow gonna say, right? I can't do it.
I tell you like my grandpa tells me, you rather sandpaper a lion's ass than fuck with them two.
Yeah.
They get your ass in a debate. I'm like, oh, it's over. Yeah, it's over. Just tell me where to come pick the bodies up at.
Yeah, that's like a tiger trap, man. They ain't gonna let it go.
I mean, and I'll be honest with you. What they were talking about. And it's all throughout these YouTube streets. It's what they call in the military a target-rich environment. Meaning, ergo, let me get the camera. That simply means it's just so much shit to talk about.
Right.
Because there's so much stupid shit that's going on. So again, that Arshawn is a savant. Yella is a genius. Hands down. But unfortunately, and they'll even tell you some of the things they talking about is like, dude, this is a layup. This shit is it's a layup because the content, the creators, the thoughts, the points. I'm like, it's just a layup.
Yeah. That's a good show, man. I would definitely recommend
show.
Arshawn Crispy Drinking. That's definitely a good show. Definitely a good show. Yeah, man.
You don't have enough of them.
Yeah, I was like, man, I didn't even catch that point, Arshawn. I didn't catch that point, Yella. Y'all right. I didn't even catch that, right?
That young man had me, when I was working with him, he had me running. God damn.
And poor Mandrell, man. Poor Mandrell, man.
Oh, yeah. I
can
just tell Mandrell, bro.
Well, but Mandrell got balls though to go on there, even though he
and Mandrell's he's no dummy either. He's sharper than the ball. He just has that, that down home homeliness and optimism about trying to see the good in everybody.
Yeah,
even in the people that it's like
he's a loyalist. He's a loyalist.
Yeah, he's a loyalist. So I won't begrudge him for it. And again, very smart, very hardworking. Thank him for his service, patriot. He is a good dude all the way through.
Yeah.
So and I think that he's well served over there and well protected over there. But Arshawn and Yella is the type that, hey, when you on that team, they gonna press your ass. You gonna have to keep up.
Hey,
there ain't no dead weight. They gonna tell you gotta, and Mandrell can do it, but it's like, come on, bro. You gotta be on your game.
Yeah, that show you right there. They gonna call out everybody, even they people. They gonna call them out.
Challenge your points of view. Hey, you made a statement. Explain yourself.
Yeah, man. It was a great show, man. I was not only was I entertained, man, but I was just like, wow, I missed that point. That's a good point. I missed that one. So we're gonna talk about one of the points that he brought up today. We're gonna talk about how to marry a heathen.
And I'll just say this. This is the hilarious part to me. And I was doing a little trolling last night too, right?
No, really?
Just a smidge. But what kind of ran through my head was, I'm like, okay, I don't know what's worse, the original offense or the original offensive show or the cleanup. So sometimes it's like, it's better when you, I always say, I shit the bed. Just say you shit the bed. Don't.
That's better.
Some people trying to clean up their mistakes actually make shit worse.
Right.
This was one of those examples to me.
Yeah.
This was one of those examples to me where the original stream was bad enough. Just go dark. Go quiet.
Yeah.
But you decide you want to do a whole 5 hour. So you're going to remind people of the shit. You're going to remind people of the shit. That doesn't make it look better.
Well, that was like calling all the capers, right. Who, I need your support,
but
right?
Anybody who saw the
that was the bat signal
in its context is like, to me, it insults my intelligence that you're trying to clean up. It's called clean up or own up. I've always taught my kids, own up to shit.
All right.
Don't always try to clean up. If you shit the bed, you shit the bed.
Yeah.
Because what you're going to do is you're going to offend me and make me mad by trying to pontificate and clean up some shit that I know you did. You did it, just say, hey, Pop, I messed up.
Yeah.
I was wrong. Whatever. I ain't going to like it. I'll be mad, but you know what? My period of anger will be short.
Right.
When you start that trying to clean up and lying, I'm already pissed and you're making it grow exponentially.
Yeah.
And I don't know why people in this space and grown ass people can't just say, hey, look, I messed up. And you ain't got to say no more than that. My bad, I shit the bed. Keep it moving.
Yeah, they don't have they have a self-confidence problem. See, if I have confidence in myself, no matter how you're gonna react, I'm good, right?
Yeah.
But I don't have the confidence that you're gonna react the way I want you to react. So so I have to turn this into I'm the victim. Even though I created this whole environment where all of this toxicity started flowing, I'm the victim. Me, I'm the victim, right? So, instead of the issue is, how I'm the ones I started this disrespect, and then ultimately the other person just responded in kind, right? But had I not been there and been disrespectful, that probably never would have happened. So, but that was never like said, oh, okay, I'm taking responsibility for creating this whole situation. That never happened.
And it simply starts from people having. The one thing I always tell people is like, look, the lack of self-awareness to me that people have is just on an Olympic size level. I'm like, how people can be so unself-aware of the things they say, the positions they take. And I don't mean just in a debate, but I'm like, how could you say one whole thing yesterday and a whole nother thing today and not be aware of that? Just how?
You just think everybody's stupid. You smarter than everybody.
Or it's like, it's like, I heard you yesterday.
Right. Remember, you
heard
you
what
said
you
this,
said.
right?
And today you telling me I literally sometimes that's when you look around and you be like, you look around for remember the old candid camera,
right?
You look around like somebody got to be punking me, right? you really are thinking that in your head. It's like I didn't even say it, and I remember it like I said it. So how in the hell I'm like, Clarence, you said this yesterday. What are you talking about, Rico? And I'm like, I remember it like I said it. How the hell do you not remember you said it? And it's on tape.
Because Rico, most of the time it's vanity. It's not about it's not about the truth. It's about I don't want to lose this argument. So it's ego. It's like, okay,
like, how dare you remind me of my wrongness?
Yeah, you ain't got I got a Maserati in the driveway. What you gonna tell me? What you gonna tell me? I got a Maserati and a what do you call that? A husband and a big old house. What you gonna tell me?
Your ass is wrong.
Yeah. Right. Well, we're gonna talk about how to marry a heathen, brother, because
I'm a married heathen.
Yeah, but there's
a
content creator out there that's saying they want to teach women how to get married. So I'm assuming since that person's married to a heathen, they're out there going to start teaching women how to be married to heathens.
I am a heathen. Let me say this. I am a heathen. I am married. Nobody with one fucking brain cell should listen to me. But heathens do get married. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not going to espouse any marital advice. And I'm going on 10 years married this time. But between all my marriages, I got like 30 years of marriage experience.
Well, but people,
in spite of all of that, I know when somebody asks me, Rico, what's your marriage advice? You know what I say?
What?
Shit's hard. And walk away. That's it. There's no magic. I mean, there's certain little caveats, things that I could say, but I'm like, most of that you should just know. Most of the stuff that I could tell you about a marriage applies to you if you're single. Be nice. Be a good person. Be honest. I'm like, that shit applies to anybody. So I shouldn't have to give you marital advice that you should already have. Now, when it comes into your marriage, well, I don't know who you're going to marry. If you're single, I have no idea who you're going to marry. So
We're gonna
any
talk about
advice
that.
I give you could be useless.
We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that just a minute. Right now, let's check everybody in, man, because we got a lot of check-ins to do. So let's check everybody in real quick, man. First of all, we're gonna check in. Risa Neal said, "Good evening, family." Smash the like button on the way in. Shout out to Risa Neal. I saw you over there critically drinking, Risa. Good to see you as always. Our resident sniper, man. You got to have an enforcer in this house, and Risa is definitely our enforcer. You gotta have somebody that the trolls respect enough to say, you know what, nah. Let's leave that channel alone, man, because they got Risa over there. And Risa, Risa shoot first, ask questions later, right? But better yet, Risa don't even ask no questions, man. You just shoot. No, but the trolls respect her. So, and you need that on when you're trying to have a live broadcast, man. You need somebody that trolls respect. Shout out to Risa. What about OG Patrice in the house? She said, "Greetings and salutations, family." Shout out to OG Patrice, man. She's the one that brought up the whole Kamora Simmons thing. So we're gonna talk about that a little bit too. Who else in the building? My Taurus brother Anderson the Great. Shout out to, he said, "We black again." Shout out to everybody. Yeah, we are black again. Shout out to you, brother Anderson the Great. Shout out to you, man. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Who else is in the building? Who else is in here? Who else is in here? Brother Von Bryan is in the building. He said, "Greeting, peace, joy, and grace." As always, man. Shout out, same to you, brother Von. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? Sister Annie, of course. Sister Annie said, "Hey, brother Clan, excuse me. I'm in the building." All right, we got Sister Annie in the building. Who else is in the building? Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Sister Annie. And of course, we got Black Man Unfiltered in the building. He said, "You three, Enrico. I'm 14 years, 6 kids. Thanks for your truth that we should not listen."
Yeah, you shouldn't. No, you should not. I don't think.
You three, Enrico. We don't need to listen to you.
No, but here's the crazy part about it is I think they would be a fool to listen to you too.
To me?
About marital advice, because this is my belief, my perspective.
Okay.
I could give you great advice on marrying my wife. I could give you great advice on that. Again, I don't know if an unmarried person came to me, I could tell them, "Hey, look, this is how marriage is generally for the most part, I believe." But there are so many variables that go into it.
Correct.
There's just way too many variables. Religion, age, culture. It's so many variables. So when people just, and I'm not, again, whoever want to give it out, you give it out. But my advice, anybody I tell, don't fucking listen to them, because you have to vet all of this stuff that you will have access to, that the person, it's the same thing like if you go to your doctor. If you don't tell your doctor about all the problems you have and he don't come up with a cure for your problem, well, goddamn it, he don't know everything. That's just literally it. So I'm just saying, it's not to say that no one can.
Okay.
I'm just saying the narrative people are pushing, and I'm saying anybody, everybody. People push out this information. If you follow my formula, I guarantee you success.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I'm not saying that.
And that's what's so, best-selling authors, dating coaches. I mean, they do push that narrative, Clarence.
Yeah. We're going to talk about it, Rico.
Selling these tools as if they're going to guarantee you some sort of success that you can't do.
Well, here's the part. Here's the hard part. It's like you were saying. I
can have the perfect wife. She could be the perfect age. She could be the perfect religion. And guess what? You didn't account for. I got a nasty fucking mother-in-law and family that hate me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just so many variables that's completely left out when you're sitting down
but Rico,
and people are espousing advice.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think that a person should go into marriage without at least having the basic understanding of the framework involved?
I think they should talk to somebody, but that's saying
my point. That's all I'm saying, Rico.
Right. So I think you can talk to somebody about the
shout out to Robert Watkins.
But so it's like, okay, if you tell me how to build you can tell me how to build a boat. I have some sort of reference point about building a boat, but I still got to build my boat.
Agreed. Yeah, of course.
So when I get to building my boat, everything you told me, it's like, the overall premise may hold true. It floats on water, and I have to make a bow and a stern and certain things. But if I'm not using the proper wood. I'm not, doing. It's just so many variables. So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying you can't give the advice. I don't see anybody giving the advice with the caveats, the nuances, and they just.
You already married, Rico.
No. I'm just saying people give the advice as if because I'm married, I know what I'm talking about.
Some people.
That's what I'm saying is wrong. Yes, because you're married, that's great for you and your marriage. That is perfect. I agree with that. You and that person, it's perfect. But you don't know, you know what I'm saying? It's just so much other stuff out there to deal with. I'm like, how you're in the nation. How you gonna counsel? Okay, Clarence, I want to get married to a man. What you gonna tell me?
Go see Rico.
See what I'm saying? I'm like, there's just so many variables and crazy. But people don't think it. So all I'm saying is, don't you be out here saying, follow the bro C way. You'll never lose. I'm like, yeah, okay.
No, you know what? Okay, I will agree with you and admit to this. Okay, that there's no standard way you could have a marriage, and there's one frame that everybody can follow. Now, what I mean is that now there is a framework that marriage works in, but as far as when you get down to the nuances of each marriage, there's going to have to be some trades and balances that only the person that's in it will have to be able to recognize. Okay.
Rico or even recognize if they should be in that marriage.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't even believe everybody should be married. I don't.
Of course they shouldn't. Not in today's world. Of course they shouldn't. But what I'm saying is that because here's where I'm veering off from you. I think that you should be getting some information about marriage, some basic information. Sure. Basic information. Now, if you come to me and are you ready to tell me as a marriage counselor, you come to me and you say, these are the issues, and you and I set up a plan for you on how to, basically what a marriage counselor does, set up a plan for you on how you can start readjusting these issues and trying to make them go away, then that's a different issue. But I'm saying just in the beginning, I think that people go into marriage in today's world, they go into it with the mentality that, it's not going to be as much of an issue, or it's not going to be that, it shouldn't be that hard. And it is hard. Marriage is hard, right? And it is hard. And that's why you have wedding vows. If it was just let me say this, Rico. Let me say this. If marriage was always pleasurable, they wouldn't ask you in the beginning to say these vows for rich or for poor, in health and sickness. They wouldn't tell you. You wouldn't have to say no vows, because there would be no sickness. There would be no health. There would be no challenges coming. But the vows are to keep you focused, even when these challenges comes up. You being focused. That's when they was talking about the duty. When the duty, yes, because even though you might get turned off sexually, emotionally, sometimes people are not nice to you and you married to them, right? It might be for a reason that's out of their control, and that's for you as the person to judge that. It ain't for me to come and say, oh, she shouldn't be saying that to you. I don't know what's going on in your household. Unless you tell me, I don't know what's really going on. And then if you tell me, I don't even know your story. That's why marriage counseling, they don't let just one person come in. Both people got to show up for the class, right? But that's all I'm saying. All right. Black man said, wait, Rico. Let me ask you something. You want to talk to Black man right now?
I thought we want to get through this first.
Okay, I'm asking you. Okay.
I mean, I don't know what you want to talk about, but I mean, I'm always
going to tell you that you're wrong, of course, as always.
But if we want to get through anything, I don't want it to get derailed and we can't get through.
Okay, give us a minute, Black man. Give us a minute.
I'm expressing my views and my point of view.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've actually done it right and wrong several times, and I just think that exactly what you said is
You wrong, Rico. You wrong.
I think my belief is the vast overwhelming majority of those marriages that end up in divorce should have never even occurred in the first place. I think that maybe universally, because we're teaching people no matter what, because it was taught to me, and it's just something I just like. I like being fucking married. I love being married. Okay. But I know it was also traditionally put into me that, you're supposed to get a wife, just that, whatever. So from at a very early age, once I hit adulthood, I was seeking someone wife worthy. Wasn't finding them wife worthy, but I'm going to try to wife someone that's not worthy. And we know how that turns out. But I was never even told the choice that, look, hey, man, you don't have to be married. That's okay, too. See, that's what I'm saying. That was never told to me. It's okay if you're not married. You're not defective or broken or something's wrong with you if you're not married or you don't want to be. So, for me, even though I like being married, I did come up with some of the same pressures that maybe women did, that, hey, by a certain age, I should be a married man and a father and kids and boom, 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 boom. So I think people in those instances, sometimes people find themselves forcing themselves to do something that they should have never done. That's all my point is. Okay. And I think if some of that pressure of people forcing themselves to think that they should have to do something so soon was lessened, it would be fewer problems in marriages. It would be fewer divorces, because I would rather, say, for example, we have 1 million divorces a year, right? Uh-huh. I'd rather those people not get married than for us to have 1 million marriages. What good is having 1 million marriages if they're all going to end in divorce?
Agreed.
I'd rather they just not get married. And I don't know how many of those people felt pressured into marrying.
Probably most of them.
You know what I'm saying?
Probably yeah. But let me say this.
That's all I'm saying.
Black Man Unfiltered. Marriage is the answer. Black Man Unfiltered said marriage is the answer to so many issues we have today. I have to disagree with that. And I don't agree with that. I would say this. I would say good marriages can help. Now, good marriages can help. Because if we just marrying people, that's what we're doing now. We're just telling people to, hey, go out and get married, right? Go ahead and marry. And so people are going out and they're marrying unqualified people. Mm-hmm. And that's the problem that we have.
Ready.
It's not that marriage is a problem. No, it's unqualified people are entering into the serious issue of marriage, right?
Right. I think marriage itself is a great, beautiful, wonderful thing. It has to be the right people together, paired up with the right person at the right time and place in their life to give it its greatest chance. For the right reason, Rico. And for the right reason.
For the right reason.
Give it its greatest chance of success.
That's very critical.
If you throw all that stuff out, you're increasing the chance that it won't be a successful union. Yeah. That's the problem. Wrong reasons, wrong people, wrong time. Yeah. And then we wonder why we got a high divorce rate. It's like,
yes,
come on. Yeah. That's what I'm speaking to.
So here's the thing, though. In my opinion, one of the reasons why divorce is so high is because that people don't know how to sexually select, meaning that they don't know how to select a person that not only that they feel comfortable sexually with that person, but they feel comfortable emotionally, and that there's an even flow of communication and understanding and love between them, right? So they just marry somebody because they got a fat booty, or they have some type of sexual skill, or they have some type of assets or something, whatever. And we marry people for the wrong reasons, right? Mm-hmm. And we got the music out there, the women's music, the Cardi B's out there telling women to only marry dudes with money, only be around dudes with money. And we got the men doing the same thing. They ain't even telling men to get married. They just telling them to just step on the women, right? So we got a lot of bad things between us.
People married for the wrong. I was still marrying for some of the old reasons, like, hey, you get a woman pregnant, you make her a wife.
Yeah. What do they say? Make an honest woman out of her.
Yeah, make an honest woman out of her. Yeah, I'm dead serious. But that shit don't turn out well either.
Yeah, but that's the military way, right?
I wanted to, honor my kids, and
Yeah.
I impregnated a woman. I still believe in that, but if the other person don't feel the same way, and I'll be honest with you, I wasn't happy. You know what I'm saying? Because oftentimes,
okay, well, I want to address that. I want to address
people
that.
do get married for those reasons, and I don't set aside the happiness. I just feel like you go into a marriage knowing you married for the wrong reason.
Okay,
but
now
I
some
was like,
people
I didn't
don't.
want to have a single. I wanted to do right by my children.
Right.
There are all these other external reasons because
those aren't bad reasons, Rico. It's the core reason was the issue.
Yeah.
Okay, but
so that's
Rico,
why I'm trying to be transparent and honest about it. That I did not love them enough to want to marry them before they became pregnant.
Makes sense. All right,
Once they became pregnant, all of a sudden I found this newfound. I was like, no, you doing what
we gonna make it work, right? That's what gets so many people in trouble. We'll just make it work. We'll find a way to make it work.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying is that's a reality. That I don't know what percentage, and especially if we're talking about the numbers of divorces, a lot end up in these spaces for these reasons and so on and so forth. So that's all. I'm not trying to make a big deal one way or the other. I don't have all the answers, but
I want to talk about the happiness. So hold tight, Rico, hold tight. Okay, so Sister Annie says, do y'all think some people are getting married, maybe not the traditional way or on paper? I think they are living together and building a life for themselves together. But as far as when we call it traditional marriage on paper, where the assets just gonna transfer right over to that person. If the one person died, the assets or the benefits are gonna go straight to this other person. I don't think a lot of people. Well, I think.
Well, let me ask you,
not doing that.
Yeah, Annie, because just to make sure that I understand your question, because you say traditional on paper, so you mean not state sanctioned?
Correct. I think that's what
I'm talking. Just for me, I don't consider that marriage if it's not state sanctioned. I just I don't recognize. I know people out here have these newfound. I'm not
Rico. You old Rico.
Right. I'm just saying it's right, and that's what I'm saying is I don't consider that marriage, but that's why I just wanted to make sure. In my mind, if it's not state sanctioned in some way, I don't care if you go to the Justice of the Peace church, you can do it in your living room, whatever. I do think it requires for me the sanctioning of the government. And I know everybody, on their kerfuffle nowadays, the government ain't got whatever. I other than that,
in California, it don't matter. In California, it don't matter. They got palimony out here, so it don't matter. You can not have it on paper, but if they can prove you was paying bills at their house or whatever, you got to pay palimony. All right. So, but anyway,
but I think that's driven by common law, right?
Yeah.
Right,
and
that's
they can say.
I think even that has some sort of legal bearing because if I'm not mistaken, I think common law is. I want to say here in the area I'm at near DC, it's like you have to, if you've been presenting yourself as husband and wife for a sustained period of time.
Yes, correct.
And
like 10 years or something.
Such as getting mail, them using your last name, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
When common law marriage has been around for a while, then they deem you as married. But I think even that has some sort of state sanctioning.
All right, let me Black Man says our women are having babies before they get married. The numbers say by 21 she's a mother, by 31 she may be a wife, and that's an issue. Well, I don't know how much that's going to be an issue, but the real issue is we men and women are not sexually selecting properly. And Black Man said happiness is not promised to us. Now this is what I want to get into. Rico. I'll let you know, Black Man. I might even email it to you. This is what I want to get into, the happiness. So, because people say, well, people that are married are not happy. Rico, who is happy all the time?
Nobody.
Nobody's happy all the time. Not even single people are happy all the time. Am I right or am I wrong?
Happiness is such a subjective term. It's totally, absolutely stupid. And whether you have a mate or not has zero to do with your happiness. Nothing.
Well, the point is that happiness is a state, right, a state of mind. It's an abstract. It's an abstract understanding, right?
It's driven by self. It's not right? It's not external. It's internal.
Correct. So therefore, there's going to be times where you're going to be in a marriage and you're going to be happy. There's going to be
happily married, Clarence. I'm currently happily married, yes, but I'm also currently unhappy.
Okay.
Remember, I told you guys how I got in trouble telling my beloved wife that. Because even she took offense, and I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, I don't make you happy. I'm like, I ain't been happy in 20 years. The hell is you talking about? I've been unhappy for so long. My state of unhappiness, I'm happy with. It's just like, what are you talking about? I'm happy married to you, which is separate from my own individualized happiness.
Rico, what are you talking about, Rico? What are you talking about?
No, this narrative around, again, like I was saying, the narrative was around, like, I didn't look, when I met my wife, I fell in love with her and I love her, and that's never changed or wavered in any way. That's one thing. That's a separate thing from me being, like you say, happy with myself. I'm happy that I have her in my life. I'm happy how she made my life better.
Okay.
I would be worse without her.
Okay.
But she can't fix she can't fix what she did not break.
I get you.
She feels the holes that she feels.
Okay.
The hole in the depth of what most people go through, because most of what we go through before we even meet our mate.
I think you could say it better, Rico. You could say, I'm unhappy. I have things that I'm unhappy about that I was unhappy about before I met you. I think
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that same thing.
But that would sound better than, hey God, I ain't happy.
Right, of course, she wanted because what she wanted to hear
was be mad.
This is what she wanted to hear was, oh baby, I was miserable, I was a wreck, I just was crying, and when I met you, it just was roses. And of course, that's what she wanted to hear.
Of course.
Right. And I was like, well, damn, I thought, we 12 years together, that, I don't even know how the conversation even came up. Cause she just ambushed me with the question. And I just
now you're the victim, right?
Yeah, I'm the victim.
Hey, you've been listening to a boss lady's channel. Now you turn yourself into the victim.
Just clearly, matter of fact, you don't make me happy, because I'm thinking in the concept of me. So again, you know how they always say that we all need, and here's the thing: is I'm gonna invite my son on, because he's a clinical therapist, and he says it all the time. We all need therapy. I know I need fucking therapy.
Yes,
we're all
probably most
way.
of us. Yes,
we're all broken.
Say probably most of us.
So I'm trying to tell my wife, like, you're not a therapist. And I don't even, and then it's not even saying, here's the thing, as my son would tell you, there's no guarantee that a therapist is going to, no, what I'm saying is, he'll tell you, it's not my job to heal you, it's my job to guide you to healing yourself.
Okay.
The healing has to come from within.
Okay.
So even all the things that I'm unhealed about, I have to learn to forgive, to let go, to accept. All of these things. I've never done it. I'm still broken.
I got you. Okay.
That's just literally it. So I'm like, Clarence, you're still broken.
Probably.
Yeah. So there's still some things that while your wife has made you a better man,
yes,
you're still unhealed, because we just do it.
Well, I mean,
I don't put that burden on the other person that they're responsible for. Because by the same
Rico. I'm not telling you to put that burden on her. If she asks you if I make you happy, you say yes. That's all. That's all you do.
I didn't tell her she doesn't make me happy. I just told her that my happiness was not contingent on her. That's what I was trying to say.
I know, but I mean,
I was like, yes, you make me happy, but I'm still unhappy. I'm unhappy.
I understand that.
Of you. It has nothing to do with her.
I know, but just you could say it better, man. You got to work on saying stuff better way.
But what I'm saying is we have to be honest with ourselves, and we have to recognize, because what's happening is again, it's called creating a codependent relationship. So if I invest in the fact that, hey, if I start to verbalize and actualize and believe my happiness is invested in her, what happens if she's no longer there?
That's not what we're saying, Rico.
Huh?
You flipping the script. We're not saying that. All we saying
is, I know we're
if she asks you that, just tell her, yeah.
Right. Exactly. Okay, I ruined the conversation with her. With her, I ruined the conversation. I absolutely ruined the conversation with her.
This man just cussed me out last night. Absolutely cussed me out. Said, Clarence, you an idiot. Why did you do that? Why did you stream on Father's Day? You should have been home. Just got done cussing me out for about 45 minutes last night.
But I was home. I was home with my wife.
All right, man. All right, but hey, I want to talk about this happiness. Black man said you working on wife number 4. Rico, better slow down.
She loves me.
Yeah, that is true. The ladies love Rico. They're absolutely, man. The ladies love Rico, black man, for sure.
And if that was to happen, you know what? You're right. I probably would. I would do it again.
Yeah, the ladies definitely love Rico.
I do. I for myself strongly believe in the institution of marriage.
Yeah, me too.
For myself, but I also know it's not for everybody.
Correct.
I know what my life would be like without being in this institution. Okay, so I need it.
Rico, let's talk about happiness for just a minute in terms of marriage, right? We'll talk about shout out to Quantum. Glad to have you in the building, sis. We're gonna talk about happiness. Now, they say that 50% of people that get married, they are unhappy, right? They're unhappy. This was what was being quoted on the.
I know, and it was quoted wrong.
But let me finish. So, I'm using this logic that they're using. The logic is, well, people that's unhappy in marriage should just leave it. It should just quit and leave because they unhappy. They're unhappy in the marriage, and they're only staying in the marriage because of the duty. And what I'm saying is that's as ridiculous of an argument as you're unhappy as a single person and you run and jump and marry somebody. That's not going to fix your unhappiness. You running and jumping and marrying somebody. Likewise, if you already married, just leaving may not fix the situation, because it might not be that other person. It might be like Rico has said in the beginning, it's a multitude of things that could go wrong in a marriage. A multitude of things that can go wrong, right? So with these things, just like in a single person's life, there's a multitude of things that could make their life unhappy. And same thing in a marriage. But in a single world, you don't just say, well, I'm tired. I'm not going to be single no more. I'm going to marry the first man that I see walking down the street, or the first woman that come walking down. No, you're not going to do that, right? Well,
the logic for that is because most people that are married and unhappy are not unhappy because of the marriage. That's what I'm talking about. They're unhappy for other reasons. So just ending the marriage is not going to resolve their lack of happiness. That's what I was trying to say. Because and I remember the logic but this is the way I heard the logic said was it was agreed that half the marriages end in divorce, right?
Okay.
So 50% of the marriages succeed.
Okay.
So now We're out of the 50%. So now we have a population of 100% again, because we're only talking about the remained married population.
Okay.
So then what he said was he believes only 25% of the remaining population of married were happy.
Okay.
Ergo, the majority, because the majority is only 51% or greater. So now he's saying 75% of them was unhappy, which I think was just pulled out of his ass, just made up.
Absolutely.
No evidence, it was just a feeling argument. So I think it was 1,000% correct to say that, hey, you're just pulling that out of your ass. You're totally wrong. The way she said in the interruption might have been a problem, but he was clearly wrong for that statement, because he was saying the majority of the people who remain married are unhappy. I don't believe that. But again, I don't have any counter evidence, but he didn't even have any evidence to make that statement. He was just speaking from his feelings. And that's fine. It's fine, but it's just, we have to call it out for the bullshit that
you got to call it out.
You have no evidence that 75% of the remaining people married are unhappy. And even if that was true, it still goes to what we were just saying. Yeah, but what the fuck are they unhappy about? They could be unhappy with their job. They could be unhappy where they live. A lot of times, my wife's probably a little bit unhappy. Not with me. Well, maybe he is with me too. But a lot of it is, again, like I said, you have a lot of different family dynamics.
Okay, black man, hold on.
So that's all I'm just sitting there saying is there's a lot of reasons why a person may not be happy. So I definitely thought that point of the whole happiness thing, I was like, for one, it's totally made up. And then two, it's completely irrelevant to the argument, because we know a lot of people in unions are unhappy, but they're not unhappy because they're married. They're just unhappy.
But then we have to say at the same time, Rico, some people are unhappy because they're married, because they really didn't want to be married. They really didn't,
But here's the thing.
Got married for the wrong reasons.
No, but Clarence, here, if you wanted to account for all the people that was unhappy that they were married, guess where the majority of them probably ended up at?
Where?
The overwhelming majority ended up divorced. They didn't remain married. Most of the people that were unhappy that they were married end up in divorce. Ergo, why we got a 50% divorce rate. You see what I'm saying? Right. So the people that were actually unhappy with being, I can't stand the bee, I can't stand the man, they end up divorced. So they're no longer in that population. Those who truly grow to the point where they despise their significant other, they end up in the 50% that get divorced. So I don't think they remain over there in the 100% that remain married to say some do. I think there's a small percentage that stay for the kids, that stay for this, that stay for that, this, that, whatever.
Stay for a lot of different reasons, Rico.
Right. There's a small percentage, but I think the overwhelming majority who are just like, I can't stand being married with this person, exit. They leave. I think the overwhelming majority end up in divorce. So, and whether they still happy, unhappy is irrelevant. They're no longer married. But if we're talking about the remaining population that's married, which is 100%, he speculated that only 25% of them was happy and 75% was miserable.
Well, see, that's the issue. That is the issue, Rico. What do they mean by happy? Do they mean you happy 10% of the time, or are you happy 50% of the time? Are you happy 75% of the time?
Well,
you happy 100% of the time, which is impossible. Wait. It's impossible to be happy 100% of the time, right? So that cannot be the answer. So what percentage of the time would you say that a person should be happy so that you could call their marriage happy?
I don't, because it is a wildly stupid stat question to even be asking. It's just wildly stupid. Because even like I said, even a single person, their happiness is just what day, what time, what
right.
Movie,
you're happy here, and then you're not happy here. And so now I will say this. This is a thing. This is Rita said, I'm happy all the time. Well, all right, so I will say this, okay? Happiness can flow from circumstances, right? You can have certain circumstances that can at least make it easier for you to be happy at certain points, right? You have the money to pay all your bills. All your children are healthy. Your family is real tight knit, and you're able to make some nice investments and take care of your family and do some things with your family. Yeah, that can make you happy, right? That can make you happy. But we know that there's a lot of rich people out there that ain't happy. So it's not money. It's not just money, right? You muted, Rico. You muted, Rico.
I would say that's a wildly crazy perspective and stance for me, because I remember having this conversation with John, and it was funny. He was talking about the poor people in the DR, right? Oh, yeah. Man, Rico, they over here, they ain't got nothing to eat, and they don't.
I can't check your email.
And he like, they don't have nothing to eat, and they just as happy. And I was like, John, you got to stop saying it. That's disrespectful. And it took me a while to get him to understand. I said, what you're doing is you're conflating happiness with people sitting there saying, okay, this is my lot in life, and I'm just not going to complain about it. Because what's the point? That's not happiness. Poor people are not happy being fucking poor.
Well, hold on, Rico. I agree with you on that. But there are some poor people that are happy.
Huh?
There are some poor people that are happy. There
sure,
are poor
but what they're not happy about, what they're not happy about is the poverty. They're happy about other things, right? Exactly, of other things. But he conflated it to they don't have shit. They're happy.
That's why they're happy. No,
and I'm like, no,
not necessarily. I would say
no.
Not necessarily.
They're not happy. They don't have shit. They just ain't complaining. They don't have shit.
All right, Sean, you opened me up to this one, man. I missed that one, man. I missed that one.
So a lot of times we toss out these adjectives, happiness, and I'm like, you can't conflate. Don't conflate content, because most people we're content with most things, because it's just like it is. What as a black man, am I happy about the racism in America? Fuck no. But I'm not gonna complain about it no more.
No. I think Rico, what they're trying to make it sound like is happiness is this continuum that you're in relationships or you're in this type of situation, and it's this continuum. No matter how things flow or go, you just have this continuum of like everything. I'm cool. I'm good with everything, right? And I think that's what they're trying to say.
No
but
matter
nothing
what.
is like that.
Right.
Nothing is like that. Okay, so let's bring in shout out to our Sean, by the way. Great show today.
Or that I'll just say this and I'll button up. Or just the fact that you have a partner, you should be happy.
That we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
And that's what I'm just saying. To me, is also a silly notion.
That is, and that gets a lot of people in trouble. That kind of advice gets a lot of people in trouble. Okay, so hold on. Shout to Arshawn, great show today, brother. Appreciate you, man, for that show today. Great job. Who else in the Snuggles, man? Snuggles. What made you come over here? But we're glad to see you, Snuggles. Glad to see you. You know you're not gonna hit that link, so don't trip. Vaughn said, your marriage is definitely what you make it. Is marriage work? Some days are better than others. Are you willing to do what it takes to be successful? We're going to discuss all that right now, Vaughn. We're going to discuss all that stuff. All right. Anyway, let's bring in Patrice and Black Man. But Patrice been sitting here a long time. So Patrice, did you want to say something? Did you want to interject before Black Man gets started on Rico?
Yeah, I'm not. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Because I've been in and out the matrix where I am. So if I fall in and out, please forgive me. I'm just going to say something real quick on the subject. I understand about the connotation of, wanting our people to be married, to push marriage, the institution of marriage and what that stands for. And I'm for that. when when it's fitting, when it's fitting for the right people. Sometimes we don't know that though as human beings. Sometimes we think we want things or feel that we want things, and it doesn't always work out that way. Because if that's the case, everybody that ever got married would have stayed married, because I believe for the most part most people go in it for the right reasons with the right intentions. But the greatest failure in marriage is the knowing that you failed at it, right? You failed at something that you went in it possibly wholeheartedly to accomplish. The whole forever words, sickness and health, etc., etc. But we as human beings, things happen, people change, different scenarios happen in people's lives. People fall out of love. It's a whole conglomerate of reasons, right? Why marriages don't work, or people end up in divorce, right? So you never should go into any relationship or marriage with the expectation that that person is going to make you happy as far as completing you with happiness. Because if you're not happy within yourself, it's only so much that your partner is going to be able to provide. They could make you happy in certain aspect of the marriage, as far as perform their wifely duties or their husbandly duties. But if you're not a happy individual within self first, a lot of times that in and of itself can sabotage a marriage, right?
Right.
So I just wanted to say that, and just wanted to listen. God, I'm listening to my heathen brothers up here. God, you guys are. I said I said I just want to come and give a woman's perspective. Y'all know I'm kidding. I'm teasing, but I just wanted to give a woman's perspective on. I like to use myself, because people get mad when you tend to use them or call their name or their situation. So I was married for over 10 years. And when I look back at it in retrospect now, I believe wholeheartedly that I married for the right reasons. I was in love with my husband and all of that. Yet it still did not work. And to me, that was one of my greatest failures, is to know that I failed at that, because that's how I feel after getting the divorce. It just, the human side of me felt like, damn, this one thing that's supposed to be sacred, supposed to be this, that, and the other, I failed at it. I think if you are a genuine human being that loves the institution of marriage, the guilt of that would make you feel that way after you have a divorce. Now, I will say, in the incident where my son's father is concerned, we were pushed to get married, because I got married. I got pregnant young, teen mom. He was going into service, and it was, my mom was traditional like that. That whole thing. You got her pregnant. You guys need to get married. Get married. I am so glad, and I told my son's father this, and I think when I look back in retrospect, I'm so glad we didn't get married, guys, just because I was pregnant. I will admit that, because I don't think, because that whole tradition, the way it was pushed on my mom, she got married early, my dad married her, blah, blah, blah. That whole thing in our Black families and communities, that whole tradition, it could work for some, and some it's not the best thing. I know when I look back at it, it wouldn't have been the best thing for me. We wasn't ready. We was too young. And just because I got pregnant, I don't think that meant that I should be married just because of that. Now that I look back in retrospect, and I talked to my son's father about it, and I told this story before. At the time, I thought it was, and when he called and backed out and broke my heart and all of that, I didn't understand it then. But now that I look back at it, it's like, damn, I'm glad. I'm glad that it didn't happen. So I actually said, wow, I didn't get it then, but I get it now, when you have those conversations, right? But we never should look to no one, not our spouse or children, or no one, to make us happy to the fault of completion if you're not happy within yourself. So first, I just want to say that. Can other people make you happy? Yeah, they can do things and say things, and things that make you happy. But happiness, when it comes to self fulfillment, no one can do that but you. No one. So I just land my plane there. You can pull me back down till y'all talk about Russell, because I do got something to say about that.
You do? All right,
oh
girl.
yeah, you know I do.
All right, girl, I'll put you down. All right, and y'all know Patrice. She'll let me know if she want to come back up. All right, Black Man Unfiltered. Black Man. Black Man Unfiltered. I don't know where he went, man. Did he fall asleep?
Well, let's go till he come back.
Running them kids all over the place, man.
I'm just gonna say that I agree with everything that Sister OG said.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, for me, that's just as clear as day. And like I said, that also was my situation back when I first got married, and I see that going on today. So, as much as I want to say it's an old school thing, I still see young couples deciding to get married because, unfortunately, unplanned pregnancies make them have to have and make grown-up decisions all the time. And to the young men that decide that they're going to step up and make an honest woman out of her, I take my hat off to that. I hope and pray that, if they decide that that's, I'm not going to tell anybody to do it. I'm just saying that those who do decide to still take that old-fashioned advice and say, hey, I'll make an honest woman out of her. I don't want my, kids out here in the street, have my last name, do all that. I take my hat off to you for trying, whether it works or does not work. I have no idea as to what the percentage of success nor failure will be, but the mere fact that you try. So again,
but listen,
I don't regret
Rico,
doing it but it was horrible.
Rico. Yes. Now let me ask you a question, because I don't think that just because you got somebody pregnant, you should get married.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, man.
My audio was off. I'll be messed up, guys.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, Black Man. Okay, right. So I don't think you should just get married just because you got somebody pregnant. I also
I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying,
I'm not saying you saying that. I'm just saying I think you said pretty much the same thing like Patrice was saying, that that's probably not a good idea in today's time. And I'm saying I agree with that, because it's like the analogy of I bought some swimming trunks. Well, just because I bought the trunks don't mean I can swim, but you're just gonna throw me in the water, right? No, that doesn't mean I can swim. I need to learn how to swim, right? I need to take lessons. Well, likewise with marriage. Before you get married, there's some things you need to know. There's some hard realities about marriage that you need to know and accept before you sign on that dotted line. Because my father-in-law was at my wedding. And so when I saw him sign that paper, I said, I said that he signed that paper. This girl is my responsibility now. She's my responsibility. She is no longer his at all, period, not even a drop. She's 100% my responsibility. And so I had to learn a lot of stuff fast, right? And it still took me a lot of time. But that's all I'm saying. Just because you get somebody pregnant or you whatever, and you say, oh, well, I'm going to make an honest woman out of her. Okay, maybe you do want to marry her, but get yourself together first. Get yourself, know why you want to marry this person and what is the reason why, and if it's a good reason. All right, let me bring Black Man Unfiltered in here. Black Man Unfiltered. Going once.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's going on, brother?
Oh, man, not much, man. How y'all doing?
So far, so good, my brother. So far, so good. You got anything to add to the topic or push back on anything we were saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I think marriage is learning from a child, learning from watching as a kid up until getting married myself. I think people just don't want to do the work. I think there's a way I think that you shouldn't talk to your wife like she's a dude on the street. And I don't think a woman should talk to her husband like he's a woman on the street. I think that so many marriages could be saved if conversations and communication was the number one thing.
Okay.
When things get out of line, a man should sit down with his wife and say, hey, baby, earlier today when you were heated, the stuff that came out of your mouth is not pleasing to God and it ain't pleasing to me. Okay. And we need to work on that moving forward, and vice versa. Hey, baby, listen, earlier today when you puffed your chest out on me earlier, like I was a dude or a man. I don't think you should treat your wife like that because I'm your wife. I think it's all about emotional intelligence and being able to talk to your woman with some grace and treat her with some grace. But man, most of these men out here, they take and women both on both sides, they talk to each other like they hate each other, or they talk to each other like they talk to their homeboys or their homegirls, and that's just don't work. And that's why the divorce rate is so high, because ain't nobody communicating. Right? Everybody married, but nobody want to communicate. We married one person, dumped that person, and like Rico said earlier when he was being transparent, that he went into another marriage broken. That is not fair to his wife. You're supposed to, and this is what I tell my own daughters. If you ever get in a situation and you get brokenhearted, baby girl, you need to go through the process of healing. Because what you're going to do is take those broken pieces into your new relationship and cut that other person up. You need to heal first. Rico should have healed first before he got married again, because now he took that brokenness into something new.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, black man.
Yeah.
Do you think a heathen is a broken person?
No, I think a heathen is a confused person.
Do you think people should be marrying confused people?
Absolutely. Go ahead. Finish.
No. I'm asking you because I'm gonna leave it right there because I don't want to make the question too complicated. Do you think that a person should, like, if your daughter brought a dude home and you could tell he was all over the road, would you say, that's a good dude, go ahead and marry that dude?
No, not at all. I would actually have a sit down with my daughter and say, hey, baby girl, I don't know what you see, but let me tell you what daddy see. And she either is going to respect what I see or she's not going to, right? But the choice is hers if she's an adult. Right. However, it is my choice to say, hey, it is my decision as a father to say, hey, baby girl, this is what I see, right? And vice versa with my sons. Hey, this is what I see, son. This is what I see. I'm gonna put it out on the table for you, right? Okay. So I think that we should, again, picking. You got to pick right. You got to be able to be with a person.
Agreed.
That you can struggle with. A person that you can build with, a person that you can talk to, a person that you can be vulnerable with, a person that you can travel with. You got to have these things. And this happiness thing, it's all over YouTube now. Oh, if I'm not happy, then I don't want to be married. Well, you're never going to be married because happiness is a temporary state. You're not going to always be happy.
Agreed.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that there are some people that should not be married, no matter what?
Yes, I think there are some people who are so damaged that they just do not need to be married.
Do you think it's always based on damage? So minus the damage. So minus the damage, because I just want to know about the marriage thing. So minus the damage, you think pretty much every other person in the world should pair up.
I think
male, female.
Right. I think if you're sexually active, you should be married.
Well, take the sexually active out of it. I mean, I get what you're saying about that, but I'm just sitting there saying it. So you don't make space for people that nowhere, anywhere, someone can exist, not be damaged, but still not choosing to pair.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
They're not a damaged person. Like I think we matter of fact, I'll say this: we in religion. Because you're a religious man, you guys, and I'm not saying use the same, but there are certain religions that actually forbid their leaders from pairing. Because they're supposed to be paired with God. Right. So they will never, if they follow the tenets of their religion, will never pair. And I'm assuming they're not damaged. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe they are.
Right. There's devoted. And that's more of the Catholic religion. They're devoted to God.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah. They're devoted to God for the rest of their life. No, they're everything about them is God. There's no wife. There's no room for wife. There's no room for children. They dedicate their lives to a cause.
And I think even beyond that, I think like the Dalai Lama never marries.
Right.
You know, and so that's what I'm just saying.
But the Dalai Lama is getting down, so they're not marrying, but they're getting down.
Right, exactly, Brother Clarence.
The reason why I'm asking is because even in religion, they create space. And I'm not saying I personally think certain people shouldn't pair because they're just not good for pairing in the life of another. But I'm saying now we even got these virtuous people that we're, doctrine and dogma says they're still not supposed to pair. So to me, it just seems strange for us to consistently push this narrative that everybody, no matter what, should pair with someone of the opposite sex. And when all the evidence shows that, like, I 1000% believe in the benefit of marriage. Ergo, why I did it so many times, and I will continue to do it. I will be married the day I die. But yet, I know that I've paired at times that was with the wrong person, at the wrong time, for the wrong reasons, and even still others that I would never think of as being damaged, pair, and it still goes to shit. So I'm just trying to figure, like, how are we looking at these things in spaces if we're saying that the pairing itself is the end all to be all goal?
Well, I think, like you said, what you just brought up is perfect. Some religious purposes will say, hey, some people devote their lives. You have the people that say, I choose to be single, which I don't believe that, because scientifically, everybody wants companionship. In some way or another, don't nobody want to be living their entire life without somebody to come home to. I can't see somebody not wanting to not just want to come home to an empty house, creaking boards every day.
Okay, but does the need for companionship? Does the need for companionship also equate to having to pair or a lifelong companion? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about marriage.
Right.
The companionship could be for the night. So you're right. I agree. People they want companionship.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I'm saying, like, that's different than marriage, which is lifelong committed companionship. And we even see, even in science, most mammals do mate and pair with one. Many other mammals pair with multiples. Some don't pair at all.
Right.
So I don't know how much is scientific, how much is religious, how much is tradition, how much is taught. There seems, for me, in my mind, a lot of different variables for all these things, and it leads to while I do think there's a good deal of answers, because people tell themselves what they want to hear, there's almost an equal measure of question.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I just think that most people, like I said, we'll take the religious part out of it. So we know about those people. We know about the people that say, I choose to be single. But then you have a lot of those people that say that. You're right. I have an aunt that said, I choose to be single. And now she's in her 50s and she settled for a guy that she would have never dated in her 20s. And because she now at the point, I'm getting old, I need some love. I need somebody to love on me. Right. So I think people make those decisions too early. Just like Diane Carroll. She was one of those people that said, I want to be single for the rest of my life. I don't need a man. And in her end times, right before she passed away, she did an interview and she said those words. Hey, when I pass away, I regret not marrying and having children, because when I pass away, the only people that are going to be by my bedside is the doctor and the nurse.
Right. But okay, now let me ask you this great question, because I want to take exactly what you said and compare it to what you said about happiness.
Right.
Being fleeting and being in the moment.
Right.
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 And I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000% there. So I'm also saying, could not that urge for companionship be the same thing? So is the happiness that we're seeking, because I think companionship ties in with the happiness, because everybody seems to think that you're not happy unless you have a companion, a wife, or at least that's what everybody's beating the drum and trying to teach you. So again, while in her earlier years, Miss Carroll had no desire for companionship, in her later years, she did.
Right. And she was at the age where she wasn't the Diane Carroll of old. And so that beautiful, dynamic woman, back when she was in her 20s and 30s, she could have any man on earth. right? She waited till she was, almost 80 to say, I want a husband. It's crazy. But, I mean, I'll land it here because, I got to go. I got a show tonight. But I will say this. This is a great conversation. Okay. But I will say, like, when getting married, I think that people should take it more serious. I think the divorce rate will go down significantly if people just communicate in a healthy manner and just and go back to what it is, brother Clarence. The Bible says, husbands, love your wives. Wives, respect your husbands. When we get back to that, the divorce rate will go down significantly.
I agreed, but there's no place where. See, there used to be, most of us was in the church somewhere. Most of us was in the mosque or the temple somewhere. And we were learning what marriage looked like, even in our own homes. But now, because how complicated a lot of the family structures are now, particularly in the Black community, there's really no place where you can learn except through where? The internet and the television, right? Those are the only two places you're really learning how. And what are you seeing? Housewives of Atlanta. Housewives,
hip hop is hip hop
hip hop that, right? So basically, millions of our children and our girls and young men are learning how to have marriages, dysfunctional relationships. They learning that dysfunctional relationships, that's what's exciting, is dysfunctional relationships. So it's gonna be hard for us to push marriage when they're seeing, man, every marriage I see on TV is dysfunctional.
Yep, absolutely. And that's what they're putting out there. But hey, man, I hit the like button. Y'all hit the subscribe button for my guy. I got to roll out, but man, it was a great conversation. Rico and Brother Clarence, as always, man. Y'all have a good night.
All right,
Thank you for coming through, sir. Have a blessed night.
All right, man. All right, that was Black Man Unfiltered, man. Go over to Black Man Unfiltered and check him out. But what I did want to get with him, what I was going to say, Sister Annie, was that there are some people that are, Rico, happy being single.
Yeah, there's a lot of people happy being single.
That's my point. So my point was that, I was getting ready to tell him that there are a lot of people that that are single, that want to, because they're at a stage in life where they don't want the responsibility of having to have another person to deal with on a daily basis. That's a huge responsibility that a lot of people just don't want, man. They feel like, hey, I'm allowed to deal with myself.
For me, knowing what I know today, looking backwards, I probably would be getting married for the first time today. I would have, I've had some great years, love my kids, everything. But by the same time that I know, I look at all the blessings of my children and grandchildren, I also look at the loss of all the things that I would have, should have, could have, wished I had done. So do I have regrets? You motherfucking right. I have a shitload of regrets about things that I didn't do. So I also don't believe or buy in. I can't change anything about it. So I'm not sad. Oh, I'm so sad. No, I'm not sad and depressed about it. It's just like, damn, I did a lot of things that I wish I hadn't done. I had done better. I love my children. They probably wouldn't. I'm saying I'm looking backwards because, I look back at the
Rico, let me ask you this. Because I don't want anybody to be regretting anything. What I want us to do is be able to show. I just want us to show our perspective on marriage, right? So what I'm saying to you is, what do you think is one of the major issues why people are getting divorced? Since you are a proponent of marriage,
we're gonna have an honest conversation. You got to stop with the babying. I don't want people to feel this, that, whatever. Right? Okay. Hear me out, Karen.
All right.
Let's have a really raw, open, and honest conversation.
Shout out to Abel's Journey and Mr. Rucker.
So even if something is said that people take a particular way, just let them take it that way.
Okay.
Because we want to have an honest conversation, and we don't want to PC it up to the point that something that's important that because I'm saying it could be something important that I could be saying that they're not going to get if I'm trying to PC it.
Okay.
That's what I don't.
I'm with that. I'm with that.
I'm with you there. Like, again, I'm not trying to, because I'm telling everybody, this is not me saying anything about me to you. This is me saying to you about me. What I thought, with the, what they sit there and say is, the saying is, hindsight is 20/20. I wear these glasses because I can't see shit looking forward. But I don't need them to look behind. To look at my past, I could take these glasses off, close my eyes, be blindfolded, and everything else, and I can give you every answer. I can tell you every answer about the past. Because I sometimes think about it. I think most people do. I think most people do look back on their life, past, and they think about it. You shouldn't think about it so much that you become depressed about it. But do I think most people look back on their life with some form of regret? I think something.
Of course, we all got things that we regret. Of course,
yeah,
of course.
I'm like, okay, so the narrative about don't look back on your life with regret. I'm like, I look back at my life with a shitload of regret.
I'm saying, I hear you, and that's fine, because we want to learn from the things that we did so we can be better. But what I'm saying is, specifically what I want to talk about is the happiness in the marriage situation. And then in particular, what I really wanted to get into was, because we were getting there and I was just letting it simmer for a minute, where we were talking about, because he was saying that you were broken and you shouldn't have got married. So then if you shouldn't have got married because you were broken, then that does being a heathen mean that the security lady shouldn't have got married. That's where I was going. That's where I was going.
You didn't say he was. He said, I am the heathen.
He said, I am a heathen. He said it multiple times.
I heard you. I knew what you were doing.
Okay. So my point is, how can that be consistent?
I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
But
because
I mean, well, how can it be consistent with what this person is trying to teach?
But my thought
teaching people to be in marriages with heathens?
Here's my thought.
And how successful will those marriages be?
Right. My thought is that, okay, maybe coming from a religious doctrine position, he, like her and many other religious people, believe in a perfect world that everybody goes. Because see what they say, like I said, I got a niece that's a PhD clinical psychologist, deal with children, and clinical psychologist and therapist. My son got his master's. He's a clinical. I got so many family, and believe it or not, I don't say it because, like I said, I ain't did near fucking class, near study, near discipline, near anything. I ain't been to them for treatment. None of that. But they talk to me about their studies. What I'm saying is, and I know from what little bit of layman's knowledge I get from them, they are consistently telling me that even they don't heal people. They just don't. They listen, they guide, they help, they assist. People heal themselves. Some people never heal, but they give you tools to cope with things like your anger. They give you tools and mechanisms.
Yeah.
Some of us will be broken until the day we die. Now, if him and from his dogma and his doctrine, he believes that them to the power of Christ and God and Jesus and whatever, they can heal everybody, God bless them.
What it sounded like to me, what he was saying was, everybody's
what
got
I'm saying is,
wait. This is a very important, Rico. This is very important. I'm trying to get him. Hopefully he got a chance to come back. But what he was saying, sound like what he said to me was, he said you shouldn't be marrying broken people. So that means that everybody should be fixed. Everybody should be A1,
and I'm saying
A-okay.
Everybody's not fixed, and everybody
Most
will never
people,
be
99% of the people are not together when they get married. So I don't see how that would work either.
No, what I'm saying is that let me be crystal clear. I'm telling you, probably 50% of the human population is broken for some reason. Something about us break based on our experience and things that we go through. It always don't have nothing to do with a damn relationship. It could be a family relation. Well, it has something to do with some type of relationship, no sort of personal relationship. It could be family. It could be work. It could be friendships. It could be anything. But, and most of us don't heal 100%. So the reality is the world is full of broken people going around functioning. We just do. We just because I'm broke don't mean we get to die. Broken does not mean inoperable. It just means something's wrong with it. So maybe we need to come with another word, broken. Maybe call it defective. Maybe call it, I don't know what the hell you want to call it. I don't care.
I would say definitely, probably we could use the word incomplete, meaning that we haven't come into our fullness, our fullness where we are able to overcome obstacles in such a way where we can just move right past them. And
but
have
literally, my belief is that's part of the human condition, because it takes a certain amount of brokenness to survive in this world. You don't know. In other words, I'm not saying that but let me tell you this. I'm unaware of the perfect, unbroken, unvarnished, untested person that has ever existed. I'm unaware.
Okay.
I'm unaware.
Okay.
I'm unaware.
Well,
now, now we can sit there and we can project that belief and say, and look at every person that doesn't have a problem that we have and say, oh, they good, they perfect. But we don't know. We don't know what problems exist behind the veils for them. And that's what I think we do. We look at what's broken in us. I look at what's broken in me and I say, I don't see it in Clarence, so he fixed. No, you just got a
agreed.
problem than I got.
Agreed. I'm able to cover it up better. Yeah, definitely.
What's broken in me ain't broken in you, and what's broken in you ain't broken in me.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, see, that was my point with the whole, people should be, everybody, you shouldn't marry somebody that's broken. Or what did he say? You shouldn't marry you shouldn't marry, because see, that's the thing. You're not gonna find somebody that's perfect out here.
Right. But here's the funny thing about it.
Shout out to M. Mills, by the way. Shout out to M. Mills.
Here's the funny thing about it, right? And he made a statement, and it's true. I shouldn't have married my wife because I was broken, right? Clarence, right? You remember that?
I thought you were talking about him. No, yeah, you saying that. Yes, I remember that.
He said I should have married my wife. He said I shouldn't have married my wife because I was still broken, right?
Correct. That's what he said. Should have got fixed first.
Let me tell you what's also correct.
What?
My fucking wife is still broken.
Okay. Then according to his logic, neither one of you should have got married. Saying? Yeah, but according to that logic, he shouldn't have got married, and she shouldn't have got married, and you shouldn't have got married.
And that's all I'm saying.
But it's working though.
It was broken. The wife before that was broken.
But Rico, it can't be that you can't, because what you got now is working. So it can't just be about being broken. It's got to be some other issues. But then what I'm saying is, what I'm literally trying to tell you, Clarence,
is almost every person I've come into within my life, I have recognized that they have something that's broken about them.
Of course, that's my point.
Almost, I can't think of a person that ain't had something.
That's my point, Rico.
What the fuck?
That's my point. They'll never be an unbroken.
Where does it exist?
That's what I'm saying. There'll never be an unbroken person. So if we're gonna wait until we find somebody that's not broken, you're never gonna get married. That's right. Exactly. So therefore, one of the things we have to learn about marriage is you're gonna have to deal with. See, that's why a lot of people don't want to get married, because you're gonna have to deal. The reality is you're gonna have to deal with issues that this other person has. You may have them, but you may not have them. So you're gonna have to deal with another person's issues.
Why do you think responsibility? But why do you think they why do you think they write the vows like they wrote?
Why do you have vows in the first place?
For good or for bad?
If it was just going to be a pleasurable experience, you wouldn't need no vows.
Yes,
you wouldn't need no vows, right?
And that's all I'm sitting there saying is, again, oh Lord, the damn savant then showed up.
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's going on, Arshawn?
I'm glad you came to help me with this old Negro.
It's your fault, man, because I was looking at I said, I missed that.
And I'm gonna go back. Yellow was right earlier again.
Yeah, shout out to Yellow. Yeah, man. What's going on, Arshawn?
Nothing much. Thank you for having me up. I just wanted to come and just jump in the conversation. My system might be lagging, so if you see me moving slow, something's going on with my system. But
right, no problem.
No, I definitely agree with y'all for the most part. I hesitate to want to disagree with Black Men Unfiltered because I've had my history there. But there's a problem with that ideology, I believe, and this is going to be complicated. I like to be convoluted. Everybody's broken, but everybody's broken, and that's the system. That's a feature, not a bug. Like that gives you your life path and your life journey to your trajectory is shaped by those particular way that you're broken. So because that's a part of the system, it's actually not broken. You know what I'm saying? So like because it was intended, it's really not a break. You're missing a piece that you're supposed to search for the rest of your life.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's a part. It's the goal. Something's left off, and it's like you're supposed to go find this thing throughout the rest of your life. It sets your trajectory.
So incomplete.
So it's incomplete. Because like to example that, like if you have a parent and they are very attentive, your break may be that you never got to fly on your own. They were always seeing you. You never got to explore. You never got to take risks. So you're going to be scared. You're going to be scared to take risks. That's going to be your break because you're going to have this fear set up because you always had somebody attending to you and watching over you. You never got to be in any harrowing adventures. Then the opposite, if you're neglected, if somebody wasn't around and they let you go explore, you're going to have that time when you needed somebody to be there. Nobody was there. And maybe you broke your leg. You had to call somebody. And you're going to have that trauma from being alone. And nobody was there when I called on them. And that's going to be your break. So no matter which way it's set up, you're going to end up with something that's deficient or absent. But I think that's the part of the system because it sends you on a trajectory.
Okay, don't go nowhere yet, young man. I got some questions for you.
Me too. I got a couple for you.
You're my damn savant. No, because again, and then speaking of that, right? Because and I was trying to sit there and just trying to I was thinking through my thoughts, my words, broken and operable, whatever this is, whatever. Okay, so taking everything that you said in context. So would you say that because that's how the human condition is, and I think it applies to all of us universally. I've seen it everywhere. That this whole pairing thing, because the conversation was revolved around marriage and just like it's always seen this push that everybody should pair. And I'm just like, I don't know if everybody should pair. The timing, it's just like so many variables in my mind that goes into pairing, which is why a lot of pairings are not successful. If a dog and a deer tries to pair, a male dog and a female deer, the fuck are we going to get? You know what I'm saying? It's like they're different things, but I keep hearing in the language, like everybody should pair no matter what. With all of the inoperability, the brokenness, do you think that that's a wise message to continue to push out and to conflate the people that you should pair no matter what? Or do you think that, and also further, as I said with the religious analogy, whether it's the Catholic priest or nuns or the Dalai Lama, it's like, okay, even in religious sectors, you have people who forever their entire life is meant to never pair. Why are they pushing this narrative that to not pair, something's wrong with you? I don't get it. What your thoughts on it, sir?
To the first part of the question, no, I don't think we should continue pushing everybody should pair for multiple reasons. The main one being that we're not teaching people how to pair. So it would be like telling you to, again, this is a life-altering thing. You're pairing two lives together with the intent of spending the rest of your life together and creating more lives behind that. Like that could be something. If you say like you believe in Jesus, well, this one birth of one person changed the world. So this is a mighty act. You're creating life, and that life could spark a change in the entire world, for better or for worse. Genghis Khan and Mussolini. One birth can change the trajectory of millions of people, by logic. So it should be a very weighty, and it should be a lot of gravity on family making, more than we put on it. It should be a very serious matter. But we don't teach people how to do that. We don't teach people how to find suitable partners. Correct. We don't teach people how to be suitable partners.
Correct.
We don't teach people how to child rear. We don't teach people how to do any of the things necessary to have this and be healthy and be in community healthily. So because of that, no. Why push people to do something that's like, it's like telling people to drive and not ever giving them instruction to drive. Hey, get behind the wheel of this car. Now get on the freeway.
You're late.
Why? You know what I'm saying? You got to merge. You got to know how to merge. You got to change lanes. Everybody's going 50, 60, 70, 80, and you've never been on there. This is something you wait all your life, and all of a sudden you're an adult, and then you're going to get on the freeway, never having driven and with no instructions on how to drive. You're going to get yourself killed or somebody else. Right. And if you make it off safely, great. But that's not what 50% of people do. They don't make it off the freeway safe. So why would we keep sending people to do something we're not preparing them for? And most of us aren't prepared for ourselves. That's crazy. Yeah. And I wish I bring it down. What was the second part? The second part was should we? And the second part, I think maybe why? Why do we do that?
Because my question is geared toward, it's like, is it even? I guess if we're thinking about humankind, mankind going forward, we know we need to reproduce. Mm-hmm. I'm like, can we? People seem to be reproducing irregardless, minus the. I don't get all the push to the. I guess in a perfect world. Is it the perfect world that, because again, we've had, and we look through history, we had polyamorous communities. Mm-hmm. We've had all these different various communities. We had matriarchal communities, and now it just seems like everything's driven around this one religious structure, which is, I don't argue it because I live within the construct. But live and thrive within the construct, so I don't have a problem with it.
Rico.
I just don't think it's for everybody.
Well, Rico, let me just say this: a matriarchal society will never work. It'll never work on Earth, on planet Earth. It'll never work.
It's worked before on Mother Earth. What are you talking about?
When is a matriarchal society?
It exists now in some places, very small numbers of places.
But it's supported by men. It's not going to independently work by itself.
It has before. It has before. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up rather than argue.
That would probably be good. That would be good.
I'm going to look it up, but I'm telling you from my research, it has existed before.
Okay. Wonder Woman. Okay.
Right. I want to get into the whole. Oh no.
All right. I don't
get
want us to not, put out the information because I think women are very smart, very strong and sturdy and stuff like that.
No, but my question was that there's we know. Do you agree that polyamorous societies have existed before, where
of course, a small
percentage of men had multiple women?
Of course. It happens in the animal kingdom too, of course. But my point being about the matriarchy system is that's only going to work when it's supported by men. If it's not supported by men, it's not going to work.
Are you saying that? So you're saying that the only reason that the polyamorous system worked was it also was supported by men or males?
No. The polyamory only works because it was supported by women. If women decided they weren't going to do it, it wouldn't work. But women support it.
So why does it not? So why does it not still exist today? Because it used to exist within humankind before.
It's still out there. Most of the world is polyamorous.
No.
Most of the world. Most of the world is polyamorous. Most of the world is polyamorous.
I need to look that up.
Yeah, look that up. Most of the world is polyamorous.
I'll be quiet. I'll look it up. But go ahead. Continue with the conversation.
Only places where Christianity is really ingrained is the polyamory, like a bad thing, looked at, shunned upon, right? But
I'm gonna get a refill, sir. Go with the conversation with your drunk ass.
So all I wanted to say is before Rico put some information out there, I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about these matriarchal societies, that are strictly run by women, that would have to be supported by men. Likewise, polyamorous situation would have to be supported by women. Women would have to support to participate in it for it to work. If they don't participate in it, it's not going to work.
That's a belief, not a fact about the matriarch.
What's a fact? No, well, it's not a fact because I don't have numbers to prove it. Fine. So what I'm saying, I'm making a logical leap, and I'm saying that men are much more vicious. Men are much more vicious, and they are more willing to do harm to almost anybody than women. Typically have a bigger heart, and they typically will protect children, whereas men, if they get hungry enough, they're not going to protect nobody.
When I tear your ass up later, I'll write your apology.
Let me bring Vaughn in. I mean, I already got cussed out last night, y'all. Let me bring Vaughn into the conversation, man, because we're having a great conversation. Vaughn, are you there?
What is going on, everybody? Can you hear me?
Brother Vaughn.
Yeah. We got Wile E. Coyote Super Genius with us today, man.
Listen, man, I'm on the panel with all these heavyweights. I don't know what to do. Man.
I was watching the stream today. I said, man, I had to go upstairs and turn in my equipment. I was like, should I take it? And I was like, I said, I'm gonna take my phone up there and just have it play it, right?
Wow,
and then I looked at it, I said, Yellow's on there, man. I better not take it up because Yellow liable to say anything.
But you know what? It was definitely a great show that the brother did earlier. I appreciate the perspectives that went forth. It gave me a little more insight as to what really was going on. You see what I'm saying? But when we speak about marriage and the brokenness and how we have to be, already healed before we step into the situation. Listen, nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When I first met my wife, I had a plethora of issues.
No.
You see what I'm saying? And listen, I was angry with God because I was like, how could you show me this woman now when I don't have it all together? You see what I'm saying? But because I desired her soul, you see what I'm saying? I started working on myself, even throughout the dating process. I started trying to get certain things together. But at the same time, during that time, I had some issues. You see what I'm saying? With substances, but I was very functional and I was able to really cover it up. You see, but what you do in the dark comes to the light, and I thank God for my wife because, when the darkness came to the light, she loved me through that. You see what I'm saying? And so I will forever be indebted to her for that. You see what I'm saying? She loved me in spite of my imperfections. And as do I with her. You see what I'm saying? Nobody walks into it perfectly. You see, there's always going to be some issues. Now, listen, after there's no more honey in the moon, listen real closely. After there's no more honey in the moon, now you have to deal with the reality of the marriage. It's good to be in honeymoon phase, right? You're on the cruise, everything is, zippity doo dah, zippity day, right? But after that, the reality of the marriage sets in. What are some of the things that I see about her that irk me? What are some of the things that she sees about me that she didn't know that irk her? Well, do we quit? Do we stop at that point? You see what I'm saying? Or are we dedicated to the union and the vow?
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
And see, so that's where communicative skills come in. You see, and this is where we lack in relationships, married or not married. We lack communication. You see what I'm saying? And when we fail to communicate with each other, and basically it's because we're not listening to each other. The biggest aspect of communication is listening. But because I'm right and I want to be right, and what I say is right, see, I'm not listening to where you're coming from. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's a lot of give and take you know, in marriage. But I would never force anybody to get married. You know, I would tell you to sit down, young man, and take a long, hard thought about what you're about to get into. You see, when I was younger, I wasn't ready to get married. You know, I was for the streets. I was out there sowing my wild oats. You see what I'm saying? And so I knew within myself, if I, looking back, if I had gotten married at any of those times, they would have been failures. You see what I'm saying? Because I was not in a position to be faithful. Now, see, that's the key word there. Are you willing to be faithful to that spouse?
We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that.
So listen, I'm running my mouth. I'm going to step down.
Because, no, you're not. Keep your ass up here. No, you're not. Stay up here, you heathen.
Wait. I got to ask Arshawn a question. I got to ask Arshawn a question. Oh, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Excuse me. I'm coming up there.
I want to ask Kim and Vaughn, right? Because the question was around the happiness. And this was the thing, like, so I think about what Black Man said, and believe it or not, in addition to we all know the fiasco that brought up this conversation, but even outside of that, there was another fiasco that was also separate, that a part of it just a couple of weeks ago, Just Pearly things. I don't know if you guys ever hit everybody algorithm, right? With her interview on Ethan, the guy H3H3. Because she said some things about marriage. I'm telling you that she specifically was talking about divorce. So it ties into it. You know what I'm saying? Because she was on this whole nobody should get divorced no matter what, under any condition.
Oh man, she crazy.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I'm saying these ideas, as much as I wish they were in a vacuum, and I could say, well, the only person who think crazy like this is Arshawn, then I could fix it because it's just that one person. What I'm saying is these ideas are permeated out there throughout a lot of different people's mentalities and mindset, because she said something just as crazy. So like, I don't care how abusive, if it's one-sided abuse. And I was like, wait a minute, why are we arguing if one person is abusing a person, it's okay to get divorced? I wouldn't care. So Clarence, if you and Vaughn were both in a relationship, right, hypothetically, and y'all were beating the hell out of each other, why do we want to make you stay married? But her position was, well, if it's two-sided, they shouldn't be able to get divorced. I'm like, that's dumb. Why does the physical abuse has to be one-sided?
Rico, so you have to consider the courts. You got to consider the source. You got to consider the source.
But what I'm saying is, I'm going back to the fact of this. Everybody needs to get married. I'm like, which will lead to more of these instances of people being in cases of domestic violence, because you're just making people get married. People are getting married for stupid reasons, which will heighten the chance of people will end up in domestic violence instances. Because people shouldn't be married in the first fucking place.
Agreed.
They just shouldn't be. And then now you get this idiot on the other side saying, well, now that you got married because we made you, and you shouldn't have been, and he's beating your ass, or you beating his, or y'all beating each other, you got to work it out. I'm like, this shit is crazy.
We're gonna get into that, Rico, because I definitely want to talk about.
So ultimately, my point is, why is this? Why is the narrative around? What do you guys, you Arshawn and you Vaughn, think about happiness?
That's what I was going to ask, man. You stole my question.
Because you asked it in a dumb way.
Let me ask.
I set it up.
I'm not going to take 15 minutes like Rico to ask the one question. Right? Okay. So this is what I'm going to say. Brother Arshawn, Brother Vaughn, what if you were looking on the outside and you okay, let me just take Fatty, for example. What Fatty said, most people aren't happy in a marriage. Can we define happiness? Can we define what happy means? What does he mean by happy?
Wow. Wow.
No, you can't define that. That's a dumb question.
Well,
Now,
you know,
I thought your name was Rico. I'm talking to Arshawn and Vaughn, but you can answer too. But let them answer first. They are guests.
well, define happiness. Well, first of all, happiness is very temporal. You see what I'm saying? So if you base anything off of happiness, you know, you're doing yourself a disservice, because, you know, happiness can be just like adrenaline. You know, when certain things take place, there it pops up. See, but you don't always have that adrenaline, do you? You know, it's I don't know. You know, it's delusional to think that marriage, you know, and this happiness that, you know, you're happy marriages, and I'm happy. This is not the case all the time. You see what I'm saying? Let's be realistic about it. You know, so happiness is a good feeling that comes over us at times. You see, and for whatever reason, see what I'm saying? Your son could have graduated from high school. You feel that happy feeling. See what I'm saying? Right? Your wife could have cooked a good meal. She could have cooked a good meal. You feel that happy feeling. You see what I'm saying? But if you're basing your life off of happy experiences, then I hate to burst your bubble. You see,
Vaughn,
but you're gonna be in trouble.
But Vaughn, so based on what you said, who's responsible for your happiness?
I believe one's own self is responsible for their happiness. You know, when we sit and wait for other people to make us happy, see, that's a sad place to be in. You see what I'm saying? But see, there's things that you can do for yourself to make you know, to bring up that happiness within yourself. You know, and when we practice to do that, you know, and look at it that way, then we're not so addicted to having someone else do it for us.
Let me ask you this. Based on what you said, no, I did one last question. So,
what, is Rico trying to start a fight up here? He trying to start a fight?
Yeah, I'm trying to start a fight with you. I want you to think.
Wow, man.
I want you to think. No, so but based on what you said, because some of you
hold on, let me put this down. Let me put this down.
Go put ahead, your drink down. Yeah, put your drink down. Okay, here you go. So here's the question: can someone other than Vaughn make you happy?
Of course. What kind of question?
Don't answer for him, Clarence, because you're wrong. But go ahead.
Can someone else? Okay, so you're asking me: is it possible?
My question is: how can an external person outside of yourself, because they're not responsible for your happiness? You just said that, right?
Right.
So, Clarence, how can an external person? I don't mean an external person can please you. They can do something that you like. We're talking about happiness, because again, that is a very slippery subject or narrative. So can someone external to you, if they're not responsible for your happiness, make you happy?
Okay, it's your last question, Rico. This is your last question, and then Vaughn can answer, and then we're going straight to my question to Arshawn.
Can an external person make me happy? Why, yes, they can. Listen, the external person can give me $1.5 million, and believe me, definitely I'm going to be happy about that. See what I'm saying? So, you know, and it's not just monetary things only, you know, but yes, definitely an outside person can bring happiness to your life. But like I said, happiness is temporal. It's temporary. You know, that experience of happiness, it's not going to last long, because now it's like a rush that you get, and then you're dropped back down to a place to where now you don't feel the happiness. This is what we experience in life. No one is happy 24 hours a day. I don't smile 24 hours a day. Sometimes I feel like smiling. Sometimes I don't have a reason to smile. Okay. So I don't know if I've answered the question, but
you answered it excellently, but as usual, you're wrong. Thank you, Sister Annie.
Wait, Rico, wait. You're gonna wait.
Okay, thank you, Sister Annie.
We gotta talk to Arshawn. Arshawn doesn't even stop by here that much. You don't get a chance to stop by here.
Don't go to
West here. Let's find out what the young man
thinking. Comment up.
What? Which one? I didn't see it.
Me and Rico gonna have it out. I see me and Rico gonna have it out.
Yeah, no, the one before that.
This the one you want, Rico? Oh, okay. I thought you was a heathen. I thought you wanted to be blessed. All right. So,
go up. There you go. That's the answer.
Inspire your happiness. Okay, we're gonna get to that. Right. Let's talk about that.
Thank you,
but I asked Sean a question as well.
Don't you go nowhere, Vaughn. I ain't done with you yet.
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay. Yeah. I definitely wanted to see what your perspective you got for that. Rico.
Why am I on the chopping block all of a sudden?
Everybody is. Everybody is.
Because I think Rico's about three.
He's 3 in for sure. Yeah, that's number 4.
No. Just two.
All right,
now that forehead machine says 4.
Heavy-handed. I was heavy-handed.
So I will ask you the original question before Rico messed it all up. What is happy? What do you think Fatty meant, and most people mean when they say marriage? Most people are not happy in marriages. What is this happiness that they're talking about? Is it a continuum? Is it a moment in time? What exactly? Oh, well, I know you can't exactly answer, but in your estimation and opinion, what do you think they're trying to say by describing this word happy? What are they talking about?
They're talking about the same thing you're talking about. They are talking about the same thing Rico and you and Brother Vaughn are talking. They believe there's a feeling, a state of like pleasure, a pleasurable, positive feeling.
Okay.
But the issue is most of these people, like my car, like they've never driven. We're telling people that have never been married. So we're telling people something they've never done is going to make them happy, which is strange. So this is something they've never experienced. So this is purely faith-based. I have faith that what people told me that when I get married, when I get on the freeway, it'll be exhilarating.
Right.
Well, that exhilaration may be fear for your life. You know, when you get on that freeway and you've never driven, you may be in fear for your life with all the traffic that's flying by. So yes, for some people, marriage may actually cause happiness. For other people, it may cause abject terror. It depends on how you're set up. So they're right talking about happiness. The issue is when we say that, I think Abel's Journey said it in the chat. We're giving a blanket statement to people, but that have very specific needs.
Correct.
And marriage isn't the solution for every need.
Correct.
Some people actually have grown up around so many people. What they need as part of their journey, part of their brokenness or incompleteness, is solitude.
Correct.
But you're telling them to get married, and they're going to be around somebody they resent because they've never had time to be alone. They've never had time to sit and reflect and figure out who they are as a person. And they get married, they get lost in that, and they're resentful of their partner. They're resentful of the kids that they had. So marriage is not everybody's solution. And we need to be teaching people the journey of life, not marriage as a solution. Because marriage is another journey, but we're telling people it's a goal. It's not something you just, I'm married. Boom, I'm done. The wedding, the certificate, whatever, I'm done. No, that's the beginning. That's the starting point.
Yes.
That's the starting block.
Definitely.
Not the finish. But we talk about it like it's the finish. No, you're just starting. You're starting your job when you sit down to get married. Like with content creation. Everybody talks about, I want to get to 1,000. I want to get to 1,000. The 1,000 is your starting point.
Right.
You're starting your journey. Most of this work from 0 to 1,000 is to refine your craft to be ready to start the work of being a content creator. Once you have 1,000, you've proven that you're ready to start the work of a long-standing content creator. You've put in the effort. You put in the hours. You've got the reps. You built a following. Okay, you're ready to start. You're out of kindergarten. That's all that is. But people think about it as a finish line, but it's not.
I agree. I
definitely agree. Marriage is not for everyone, and if we were to be honest, we would have to understand that point. It's not for everybody. Now, I believe that God ordained marriage, but not all will get married. You see what I'm saying? And because, I'm in a marriage and I love it. I love my wife. I love my family. You see what I'm saying? Everybody doesn't want to be married. So for me to be in a position to where I force them or try to coerce them into, some type of ideology of marriage, that would be wrong on my behalf. The only thing that I can tell you is how I benefited from marriage. That's the only thing I can share with you. You can take that and run with it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I think that I'm trying to get this a better definition of this. You know, when they say, you know, most people are not happy, I'm trying to see or get a better idea of what is meant by that. What exactly does that mean? Is there a way we can quantify or have a clear definition of what this happy means? Because remember we talked about it earlier.
No.
Does that mean?
No.
I know, Rico, you're right, but I'm just laying it out there. So does that mean that you're 75% of the time you're happy, or 99% of the time you're happy, or 25% of the time you're happy? What is that? What exactly does that mean?
Silly, stupid question.
Rico, just wait a minute, Rico. So but like I said, therefore, if that part of the question can't be answered, then how can somebody tell somebody you'll be happier in this situation or happier not in this situation, right? How can we even measure on either side what if we can't tell you if this state what this happiness is or how to define it? How can we say, oh well, you're in a better position if you are married, or you're in a better position if you're not married. Therefore,
no, and we can't, and we don't need to go down this rabbit hole, because that is the very no. This is what I'm saying. That is the very reason with that. That's the hill. We can't make the hill for them to die on, because they will get on this hill to die on it, Clarence. No, what I'm saying is, I see what you're saying. It's a good theoretical question, but they're going to put that question out into the ether to die on.
Shout to the Half Tribe, by the way.
And they're going to argue a silly point that makes no sense. That's
Rico. I know, Rico. I know the reason why I'm proposing it is everybody's argument stands on what that happiness is.
Because Arshawn said it earlier. We have people with a third grade fucking education arguing shit on this box. They are stupid. They really are. And when I heard him say it earlier, I was like, my God. I used to listen to Bill Maher talk about, like, Americans, and like you say, it's not black people. It's all of us. Not us on this panel, but people get into these spaces and they really are stupid. They're stupid and they're having stupid conversations and they're going on and on and on. And I don't even want to validate their fucking stupidity.
It's not stupid, Rico.
Stupid arguments and stupid, not you.
I know. I'm saying I have a number. I actually have a number. There's a quantifiable solution to this. That's why I keep espousing psychology, not marriage, psychology. Because even going back to the 1970s, let me read something to you guys. Dr. Gottman and Robert Levinston began doing longitudinal studies of couples in the 1970s. They did a study. They followed up with these couples that they interviewed over the course of 9 years. And they were able to predict which couples would stay together and which would divorce with over a 90% accuracy. So if you knew that you could predict the solvency of a marriage when you talked to a couple of people with 90% accuracy, would you put that up against what these panels are talking about? Would you prefer the 90% accuracy, or would you rather what these panels are talking about?
Of course, the 90% accuracy.
The 90%. Yeah. They have come up with the number. The discovery was simple. The difference between happy and unhappy couples is the balance between positive and negative interactions during conflict. Now, as soon as you hear that, that sounds self-evident. If you have more positive than negative, it's better for you. That should be common sense, but I don't know how we don't come to that conclusion. But there is a very specific ratio that makes love last. The magic ratio is 5-to-1. This means that for every negative interaction during conflict, a stable and happy marriage has 5 or more positive interactions. So we can quantify this. You have to have no greater than around 16 to 20% negative to positive interactions. Out of every 6, 5 have to be good. And we can also mirror this in the way we talk about when we people talking about negativity. And I was like, man, You see 10 positive comments, and as soon as you see that negative one, you jump on it. Yes, because the negatives outweigh the positive. So the positive have to outweigh the negative by 5 to 1 for it to stay at a balance. And there's even a cap, because like the Matrix talks about, people talked about if it was too pretty, it was too idyllic, they rejected the Matrix. I can't remember the exact the ratio, but Jordan Peterson talked about it. There's a number, if it goes above like 8 to 1 or 11 to 1, I can't remember the number, but there's even a top end where you have too much positivity and you don't have enough of the conflict. And it's you probably start to feel like, oh, they're too good for me. Might start getting stale. There are numbers, there are studies, and we can get closer. We can get closer than we are. It's not perfect, but it makes more sense than what we have right now.
Okay, I definitely agree that it probably more positive interactions would help the relationship. Can't deny that. But what I'm going to introduce is the fact that there's things in a marriage that just are things that you can see up front, right? There's things that you can see because a person, like me and Rico were talking about earlier, where they're broken, right? Or they're not broken, incomplete, right? They haven't, like you said, they haven't found that other piece that they need to give them the completeness to be able to deal with everything with the least amount of drama and stress, right? That's what we're looking for, the least amount of drama and stress, most of us at least, right? So they don't have a completeness. So in not having that completeness, they go out and they get involved in relationships, and you can hurt someone. You can hurt someone by getting it. And some people, they're so incomplete. And this is what I really want to get into. This is not just marriage. This is relationships right here. This is just relationships. Everything just gets magnified in a marriage because the responsibility is, has been, what do you call that? Notated. But in just say just two people living together and raising a family together, still have the same problem. There are issues there are unseen issues. There's always going to be unseen issues, like hidden desires. Like I married my wife, and I have hidden desires. I really I like this type of woman. I accepted my wife because I knew she was a good person. I really wasn't ready, like Vaughn said. I really wasn't ready for a good woman, but I knew she was a good woman. I couldn't let her get away, so I had to pretend like I'm ready for this marriage situation because I didn't want to see, the Brinks truck drive away. So I pretended, but ultimately the real me came out, and I was out there in the streets. I was out there for the streets, right? And the marriage broke up. This is what I'm talking about. There's a lot of different.
Wait a minute, Brother Clarence. Not you. Now you weren't out there in the street like that, right?
No. I'm just using myself as an example. No. I'm saying that people.
Oh, you're speaking hypothetically.
Yeah, I'm speaking hypothetically. There's hidden desires. There's people and their marriage can break up because they have hidden desires that are not being addressed. Right.
Well, I was out there in those streets, so I can definitely say that.
Vaughn, you want Peaches to come back up here, Vaughn? So,
man, I told you to leave Peaches out of the conversation, man. I don't know why you keep bringing her up, but that's all right. That's all right.
So what I wanted us to end this, gentlemen, because we want to end this because we got to get to this Kimora Simmons story. So. I want everybody to say their last words about, what they think marriage is, how it can be, how the numbers can be improved, and whatever else you want to add to that. So let's go around the room. Vaughn, we'll start with Vaughn. Vaughn, what do you think? How can we improve the marriage numbers? What do you think marriage is, and how can we improve the numbers?
Wow, that's a loaded question, man.
Yes.
How could we improve the numbers? I don't know if my goal is to improve the numbers. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's really my goal.
Okay.
But I do think that
marriages.
Say it again. Go ahead.
Improve the marriages. Maybe not improve the numbers and then push everybody together, but the people that do want to get married and are married, how can we improve the lower the divorce rate?
Well, you know, I believe that preparation is a good key when one is thinking about marriage. You know, marriage is not something that you just walk into blindly. I think it's something that, especially as a man, you know, it's something that you should prepare yourself for. You see,
Correct.
and what does that preparation involve? You see what I'm saying? Number one, I would say that it definitely involves establishing yourself, because you do want to have something to offer in the marriage. Is that right? You see what I'm saying? And in order for you to do that, then you have to establish an education. You see what I'm saying? Educate yourself. Go to school. You know, all of these things are part of preparing. You know, and seek counseling. I believe somebody brought that up too. It's nothing wrong with going and getting some counseling or some guidance, concerning the matter. But yeah, I would just say those things right there.
All right, right on. Arshawn.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? How can we slow down the divorce rate?
Well, you could do what Just Pearly said and ban divorce, just outlaw it completely. that would definitely slow the divorce rate.
Have all the women coming with knots on their head to work.
But the other way, we could actually be more intentional about marriage. If we were more intentional, it would help. Like even if you didn't change anything else, if we just changed the way we thought about marriage, like as opposed to an afterthought. Right now, I would say starting in like maybe sophomore year, I think more parents spend time getting their children ready for college prep. They devote a lot of time for college prep, campus tours, SAT practice tests, all kinds of things, writing letters, applying for scholarships. There's all sorts of things that we'll invest the time in to get our children ready for college. And college lasts from 2 to 8 years.
Yeah.
Why don't we spend even more time on something we expect to last them until death?
Good
so
point.
That just shows that our intention is skewed for things that have less relevance. So we should have more marriage prep. There are no marriage prep courses for teenagers.
Exactly.
Correct.
None.
Preparation.
So how can we expect them to succeed? So just that simple flip of intention. So if we thought about marriage like we do anything else, there are job prep centers that will help you do a resume. They're centered around every major city. I don't know about the rural places, but there are all kinds of job prep campuses, places that'll teach you all kinds of skills, try to help you get in and learn something, help you get your GED. You can find prep for jobs. You can find prep for school. You can find prep for all kinds of things. But what you can't find is preparation for marriage. So if you just happen to get parents that are not married and are not good at teaching, because even if they're married and they're maybe a good example, they may not be able to teach you some of the unseen things. If you just didn't get lucky, like that, the intention of our culture sets you up for failure.
Correct. Agree 100%. Wrigley. You hear the question?
Yes, sir.
How can we get the divorce rate to go down?
We can reduce divorce rates the same way we can reduce abortion rates.
How?
Fewer marriages lead to fewer divorces, the same way that fewer pregnancies lead to fewer abortions.
Okay.
So you're suggesting that people don't get married?
No, I'm not suggesting that they don't. I'm suggesting that those marriages which are in abundance, where people should not get married, should not get married.
Agreed.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we have an epidemic of people getting married that should have never been married in the first fucking place. And if we can reduce those numbers of people getting married for some of the erroneous reasons, which is even the ones that I said that I got married to before. Somebody got pregnant, I decided I can get married and make her honest wife. It's not a good reason. It's a terrible reason.
Correct.
Now, I should have, in addition, done better to prevent the pregnancy in the first place. So again, like I said, the reduction of the marriage rate is fewer people should be getting married that shouldn't be getting married.
Agreed.
The same way that there's a reduction in abortion is that fewer women should be getting pregnant that should have never gotten pregnant.
Okay.
So we're trying to find the solution on the back end when the solution is on the front end. But my problem with it is with a lot of the thumpers, they're telling people to get married no matter what.
Yeah.
They're damn near creating the problem. But these are the same people who also tell you can't get an abortion either. Go figure. Go figure. That's all I'm saying is get married, don't abort that kid. It's like, go fucking figure. Like, where's I'll just say this to my thumpers. Where's the prevention on either issue? The prevention on the pregnancy and the prevention on the marriage.
Well, the thumpers just say, wait, Rico. On the pregnancy side, they just say, wait. The marriage side,
but we know abstinence. No, but by the same token, they'll say wait, and at the same time, they'll say don't use any birth control.
Yeah, because they're saying their thing is abstinence.
Right.
You don't need birth control if you use an abstinence.
Abstinence alone does not prevent unplanned pregnancy.
Huh?
Well, I mean, if you practice abstinence and you pretty disciplined with
I'm not sure if I get that one, brother.
Right.
No.
Listen, hold on.
If you had sex and got pregnant, you didn't practice abstinence. So again, where's the preventive measure, i.e., males wear condom, women get on birth control, whatever.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Rico. But see, they don't push that though, because they want to. There's a veil that they want to put up that
my point is this: they're not preaching that, and on the other side of the equation, they're saying you better get married.
Yes,
you better get married. Not you should, or maybe when you're ready, if it's the right person. Or don't marry him because he's fucked up. They're literally telling people, you better.
Yeah. Jump in the deep end of the pool, right?
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, see,
I don't have the answers.
Okay, all right.
These are questions, and all I'm saying. So again, I'm not demonizing people of faith. I'm just saying it's like when I look at it in a vacuum, I'm just saying, and I know it's just a bunch of nuance. I know there's a ton of nuance, but I'm like, you can't argue in a vacuum. These are the questions, and everybody's faith is different. So if you were the faith for this or the faith for that, you can always say, oh, well, that's not what we teach. Okay, great. You're not. But overall, religion as a whole, it sends this message. So that's what I'm speaking to, nothing else. Not speaking to anybody's specific religion, specific denomination, dialect, whatever the case may be, but as a whole. Same way I told black men, I was like, oh, you say everybody should pair up, but the Catholic faith tell, pastors and nuns that
that's a whole other conversation right there, man.
Right.
That's a whole other
but
conversation.
I'm just sitting there saying is that, so these are the questions that a non-believer, we say, well, you say that, but in the next breath,
I never read anywhere where God asked for that sacrifice to happen. But
that's all I'm just saying is like, as a non-believer, I'm looking at it like, wait a minute, I hear y'all say that, religion. But this faith says they're not supposed to pair up.
Well, that denomination.
Am I confused?
That denomination.
Well, when I look at that whole concept of the Catholic Church and the priests can't get married, and then you wonder why they're fondling the young boys and doing all type of perversion.
But Vaughn,
so I question that.
But all I'm saying is it is a religious doctrine that, as a non-believer, I don't differentiate between this one, that one, this one. I'm like, no, y'all say religion, not you yourself. So if they're preaching it and then someone comes up with a religious dogma or doctrine that's different, you can go, well, no, because you didn't say your church or your particular faith they said God and religion. So I'm like, okay, as far as last time I checked, all of them said they follow God and religion. And we have all these different religions telling us different things.
Yeah, I get it.
It creates a quandary, if it makes any sense.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. All right. Let's move on. Patrice fell off. Dog. Patrice,
don't worry, hit her cell phone. Tell her come on back. Yeah, we got my girl Aoki or one of them.
Now listen, this particular story I'm really not familiar with, so I don't know if I would be very beneficial in the conversation. So
hey, I'm surface level too, Vaughn. We're gonna get into it.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, I'm willing to sit and listen and maybe give my opinion on whatever it is that you inform me concerning
I'm very
the topic.
surface, Vaughn. I saw one clip, nothing more. You at the same pace I'm at.
Well, let's do this. Vaughn, I mean, if you can you sit in with us?
He gonna stay.
I'll sit in, but I don't know if I'll have that much to say because I'm not familiar with the story.
That's all right.
I'm just learning about it. But
put your thinking cap on.
Yeah, I'll do that.
What about you, Arshawn?
I will listen in. If it's something I really just don't have an opinion on, I'll tap out. I won't make something up just for the sake of making something up.
Gotcha.
Don't disappear, Savant.
Gotcha. We appreciate that.
I want your feedback, Savant.
All right. Okay. Now Patrice is here. Patrice, can you expound on what's going on so we can kind of get the short version of what's happening here? Damn, she fell off again. Patrice, get out of Costco.
Let me give you my dirty 30. Just from the little bit I heard. I think, and I don't know because that could be totally wrong. Anybody in the chat, feel free to say, shut the fuck up, you old Negro, you get it all wrong. But I gather something from what I read about it was, I don't know if this is Aoki, basically one of Russell Simmons' daughters, and I forgot about him. I really did. But supposedly he's over in Dubai or somewhere.
That's
because
correct.
He had some quote unquote potential charges against him here in the state on some essay charges. I don't know.
Correct.
But apparently one of his daughters, because I think he has two daughters from Camorra. And I completely forgot about their backstory. Like when Russell Simmons was 33, I believe, is accused, he met Camorra Lee, who was a 16-year-old model.
Yikes.
And, again,
yikes. Allegedly.
He basically allegedly started grooming her for marriage and so on and so forth. So they did get married, had a couple of kids. So there's a huge age gap difference between the two of them. I didn't, but I've seen that story several times. There's no pushback on it that I'm aware of. If you can find it, God bless, go on. But apparently what started the kerfuffle recently was Father's Day, which was just this past Sunday. One of his daughters text, Facebook, something on social media to her mother, Happy Father's Day.
Okay.
And he just lost his shit behind it.
Okay.
So I don't know if maybe, so that speaks to their relationship. I have an estranged relationship with a son of mine. Thank God I'm nobody famous, nobody gives a fuck. But and basically what the daughter or Camorra did was she recorded some of the interactions from Russell, and he sounded wildly problematic.
Okay.
In his responses. So that's what I got. Patrice is back here. You can correct me, tell me shut the fuck up. What I got wrong, sister. The floor is yours.
Trace.
Hey, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you now, girl. Now that you done ran out of Costco.
Oh, gee. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, Arshawn? Good show, by the way, today.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to be seen. Good to see you too. Yeah, the kind of history is, regarding Russell, Brother Rico is kind of right regarding there was some grooming done. Russell in Actually, she was much younger than that. I think like 14, 15 when she started out in the modeling. He got her from
Yikes.
the modeling agency, but he did end up marrying her when she was 17 with the parent, with her mom's permission. But actually, the grooming started younger than that. He was 35 and she was 17.
Hey, Patrice, what
Yes.
you doing? You buying lotto tickets or something? You at the machine in the liquor store or something? You buying lotto tickets?
It sounds like she at the slot machine. You at the slot
machine?
I am actually at the casino. Okay, so y'all do hear that in the background. Okay, I'm actually having me some dinner and a drink, but yeah, just to say,
winner's fee.
I'm actually sitting at the machine. I'm not even playing yet. There's other people around me. That's why you hear all the noise. But anyway, yeah. So there was grooming done. Her starting out so young in the modeling industry. I believe a lot of taken advantage of, but I heard from two great sources, friends of mine in the entertainment business that was around Russell Simmons and Kimora during that time, has basically said that Russell has a very shady past anyway, with the allegations against him by several women that came forward. There's a documentary on that regarding him being a SA and a rapist. And also Russell used to give those wild parties. He was one of the first ones that used to give those wild parties.
Yeah.
Back in the day, lots of sexual orgy type parties, or lots of drugs were there, alcohol, allegedly there was, he was also into men from the trans community as well. So he has he allegedly, I'll say, he has a track record of that. But just to say, I'm not saying that he's accusing and got a lawsuit against Kimora for saying she stole $250 million from him or something. Yeah. Wow. So, and I guess wanting his kids to take sides and putting them in the middle of that, it's kind of nefarious. And some of the things that, he said to them about their mom, calling her the C word and the B word and the H word, and like all of that, when he played a major part in her grooming at such a young age. That's the part that a lot of people not talking about and understand and don't understand. And he's even threatened to not have his daughters get any jobs in the entertainment industry. He still has power and connection, and people don't realize that people like him and Puff, they have that type of power, and they have stopped a lot of people. Jay-Z as well. They have allegedly, I'll just say allegedly, they have stopped a lot of people from advancing in their careers or having no careers, being blackballed, because men like them have a lot of power, unfortunately. And when you don't acquiesce into their narrative, then that's the narrative that they put out there. And it's unfortunate he's doing that to his own children and his children's mother.
Yikes. Okay, well, let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Let's see what she got to say.
So I stepped in there to help adopt and raise that. So you guys know my kids. My kids have worked at the UN. My kids are ambassadors of the world. My kids speak multiple languages. Like I said, my youngest daughter is the youngest kid to graduate in recent history from an Ivy League school. I'm a little upset, so I know I'm probably rambling and leaving out parts and jumping all over the place. I'm sorry. Y'all can hang up. I love you. I know everybody's going to be calling me later. But you all know that for sure that my kids are not brainwashed. So I thought that was crazy that people actually started to believe that, because I could see the messages and the comments and, oh, sorry. And sometimes people just want to have something to say, and I understand that too. So today, the whole topic, and I thought about people, all my friends in the industry, and who I could call and what media people I could talk to about this, and who do I go to talk about this? And I thought about this all the time, but I never really have, the right person, and it's never really come to me. So I just thought I'd turn on my thing here and say this, but for someone to imply that my kids are brainwashed because they honored the job or the duty that their mom fulfills on a daily basis, 365 days of the year, 24/7, is crazy. No one's brainwashed. You guys can go and see, you know, no one's delusional. Hold on one second. Wolfie? Yeah. I love you. What are you doing? Are you trying to play in here with mom? Okay, but can I just do this little quick interview and then you can come?
Aye. Well, so far that all I got so far is that he's saying that the kids are brainwashed. But kids wouldn't be brainwashed if you were somewhere around. You'd be there. They couldn't get brainwashed. So something's not right here.
Well, we all know that Russell fled the country, right? When those allegations.
Right.
Those allegations, and if he come back into the country, he stands chance of being persecuted. So, you know, for those charges. So that's he didn't even make his daughter's graduations and stuff because if he come back, he stands that chance of being persecuted. That's why he's been living over in valleys and stuff for some years now.
Yeah. Okay. So so far she's saying that you know, he's well, she ain't got to the deadbeat part yet. So we're gonna try to move it along here. So we can.
This ones I could find, and it has a direct throw projector, so that projector shoots right up to that screen. It's super close. Anyway, we're not going to get into all of our tech gadgets, but what was I saying? So you all know that my kids are not brainwashed. Those of you that know me here also know what kind of parent I am. I have been a parent pretty much all my life. I was a very young, probably too young bride. So I had these kids very early. And you guys know how much my family means to me, and you know how much my kids mean to me. And you guys know, all of you that know me absolutely know what kind of mother I am and what kind of family dynamic I have over here. I think it's very important for you all to know. If you look back in our history, I have always been the type of co-parent. You know, we were actually very famous for our co-parenting abilities and, you know, how we always put the good face forward and the good foot forward to the world. So you guys know that. If you pay attention to the time frame of things, you will see that some years ago, recently, this ex in question brought a lawsuit against me and my family, a completely frivolous lawsuit where he accused me of all kinds of crazy stuff like embezzling, you know, laundering, defrauding, all these things. Again, everybody that knows me knows that nothing could be like further from the truth. Clearly, I'm sitting right here in my home, right? There's no, you know, none of that. I didn't flee the country. I don't run. I don't have to hide from anybody. I didn't commit any atrocities that I need to answer for, you know, here or in the next life, at the gates, wherever I'm going to get. I don't have to do that like some other people.
Yikes. Yikes.
You heard her say, like some other people. She's trying to be very politically correct, but we all know she's talking about her ex-husband, right?
Of course. Now, so Patrice, what is the major takeaway we want to take from this? Because where can I go? What is the major issue that you saw that said, man, you know what? We need to talk about this. What's the major issue?
Because I think, that a lot of women are speaking up, especially women in the industry now that didn't have a voice. They were made to silence, they were controlled, they were silenced by a lot of these guys because of the power they had, the money that they had, and the position that they had or have. Even still to this day, she's still trying to be politically incorrect, but at the same time, finally speaking up now. And she even spoke up a little bit, when the Kim Porter situation happened, because her and Kim Porter were really good friends as well. If people like her, Misha, which is the other baby's mother to Puffy, and Kim Porter, like Kim Porter was doing the book, and we see what happened with her.
Yikes!
I think for a long time these women have been silenced and afraid to say something, but I think now that they are speaking up a little bit now more. I think that this is what men with power tend to do to women that are in these positions, even though they were wives of theirs once upon a time, the mother of their children. I think that they really don't care because it was about control and power and controlling the narrative. And now these women are having the courage to speak out and saying, you guys think he's such a nice guy, but let me tell you what he really was doing, or what he really was, doing to me and my children, or just to women in general. Kamora's not the only woman that has came forward and spoken ill about Russell Simmons, but no one knows him more than his daughters and his wife, who spent, a lot of time with him, just to know that he has a history of being in control, and men like him do tend to, assert that type of power over women, unfortunately. But I say good for her for speaking up. When she was younger, when she was pregnant with those girls, Russell forced her, allegedly, I'll say, it's rumored, but I got it from a good source that was around them during that time. She was taking, she had one of her daughters early, I think at like 7-8 months. She was taking some kind of shots because he wanted her to keep her body intact, and because she was modeling and all of this. It was just a lot of control, that you guys have no idea that goes on in the entertainment industry.
Okay. All right. Well, let's listen to a little more. Let's do a little more.
Well, we were all very close. And that goes for all my baby dads, by the way. There's evidence of that. You can see them, on various far and few between events. But you can see them sometimes like on the red carpet, and you'll see one person with all the kids, right? We get along like a family, like friends, like whatever. So you'll notice that all of this down talking and all of this stuff started to take a turn around these past couple of years, I think coinciding with that lawsuit. But I just want to come and say, and I never get into this. I usually let people go and rant and rave. It's funny, though, how this particular person in question, because I could go in on a few of them one by one. But it's funny how this particular person, if you, again, go look back, you'll see on their page that they post all these pictures like we're together, like we're friends. They've even posted pictures and then said, like, I just got off the phone with my kids. They sent me this great picture. None of that's true. I like receipts. So, of course, I have text messages. I have messages from all my kids. You can go and see. I think the bottom line, like probably the breaking point for all of this was over the past many months when their dad just sort of cut them off. He was contributing a little bit of cash to their like monthly, college spending, not much, a couple $100 probably, maybe $500, maybe a little more. Again, all these things can be, proven with receipts. I love receipts, so folks can always go and get receipts and show over the years. And so one day he just kind of cut the kids off. There was no more money coming in, no more like allowance, quote unquote allowance. I think he probably did that just to double up the expenses on me, which is no problem. I stepped up, I did it. But when he did this, it was around just before finals and graduation. It was some months ago, just before finals and graduation. And he did it without telling the kids or talking to the kids or anything. He did it, it's funny, after he did an interview with I heard some clips from an interview with this young man. I don't know, but I see him a lot. I think his name is Academic or DJ Academic. Oh, happy Juneteenth, you guys. We're doing all this on Juneteenth. Come on, let it go. Let it out. So I saw in that clip, that was some months ago too. You can go and reference it and find it, where he told this guy, he was on and on about this guy. And I think it was about old school hip hop heads and how you should honor them, which I believe you should. But he was saying to the guy, like, I'm so rich. I got this and I got that. And I'm this and that. None of that could be further from the truth. You know, he has turned around. And then again, I have records and evidence of this where he's told the kids in writing, we have it. I'm broke. I this, I that. I can't, you know, go get it from your mom. Now, meanwhile,
Okay.
Can we help you, sir?
No, because he said something very important that was a while back, and I think it's important that we cover it. Because again, I'm with Sister OG. I think from what I've heard so far going through it, that I'm sorry, Russell's a piece of shit. I can hear. No,
man.
But right now
It's pretty harsh, Rico.
No, here's the point where I'm about to go 100,000% on Russell's side.
He's allegedly.
No, I'm going. No, in this point, I'm going 100% on Russell's side because she complained about Russell cutting the kids off like one had just graduated. So what I do know about, and this is what I know about child support. So I'm believing Kioma, whatever her name is, she probably was running the bag off the child support.
Kimora.
Okay. Kimora, apologies. She has 2 daughters with Russell, right? So she was running the bag on child support. And I'm telling you, as a person who paid child support, you celebrate the end of child support payments. The end of child support payments, dudes be out there like, oh shit, I'm throwing a party because I'm done. There's 2 points where you pay your child support and it comes to an end. It's usually at the age of 18 or whenever the child graduates, depending on what state it is. Because my daughter didn't graduate till 19. So I had to pay up until she graduated. And then in some instances, if it's negotiated during a divorce or whatever the case may be, a woman can order you to pay child support up until the age of 22 when they are assumed to finish college. What she described to me was like, okay, one of them graduated, was finished, and Russell probably went to New York, called him, because I didn't even have to go to, my shit was in Georgia. I didn't have to go to Georgia. I was like, hey, boom, boom. Here's a graduation picture. Here's a certificate. Fuck that shit. Cut my money off. And
he's not coming to the U.S., Rico.
I didn't say he was. It looked. If you go back to that point in the video, she was complaining like he just cut them off without telling them anything. I'm like, they fucking graduated.
Okay.
That's the cutoff.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. What do you mean?
No, brother. Go ahead, Vaughn. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm just trying to understand what Rico's saying because maybe I'm misunderstanding. So you're saying the cutoff point for your children is when they graduate?
Yeah. I'm saying is, listen, right, and that's what I'm saying is it depends on the state. For me, in the state of Georgia, my cutoff for fucking child support was 18.
Oh, okay. You're speaking in terms of child support. Okay, I get it.
Yes,
I was misunderstanding.
This is child support.
Okay, yeah, I was misunderstanding.
So what I'm saying is, what I heard, it sounded like what she's talking about is child support, meaning he was continuously making those payments because legally he was obligated. That can be in most states up until the child turns 18 or graduates from high school, or in some cases until they finish college. So that's why I said that sounded like to me, he said, oh, she finished. I know what my agreement was. Cut it off. And he probably should have communicated it to her, but he chose not to. He wasn't obligated. That's what it sounds like to me. And if he did do that, maybe they upset because they didn't get no notice. But it's like y'all was at the divorce when whatever was agreed upon was agreed upon. If y'all, I get it. Maybe that was 18 years ago. You forgot about it, and you just got used to those checks coming in. But maybe that nigga was over there counting. She didn't say what it was, so I don't know what the money was.
That's the thing. I'm not sure, but he actually was against his girls going to college. He told them, "Why spend all that money in college?" I guess he wanted them to just go ahead and go into the entertainment industry because one of them is into fashion. The other one, I think, is going to be something else. Has something to do with entertainment.
Here's the thing, Patrice. If I sit there, me and you married, and I say, okay, I'm gonna pay up until they're 22 years old, and they go to college, and our kid don't go to college, at 18, I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay, I see your point, but they wasn't done because they were still
right. And I'm saying how a lot of guys I know, I literally know guys who just, you know how people say women throw a divorce party. There's a dudes throw a I'm done with child support payment party. And it's not often that a man, it's not a large percentage of men who are required to pay child support beyond 18. Usually, for the vast majority of cases, it ends at 18. Only in the rare exception, if it's negotiated through divorce.
So I have a question.
Obligated
I have a
through
question.
22 or until they complete college.
I have a question. I just have a quick question, if I could. Okay, so you're done with the child support at 18, and that means you should not support your child any further after that. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, because I'm trying to understand, Rico, because that doesn't make sense to me. I would not regard my child like that. At the age of 18, just because that's when the child support ends. Child support doesn't end at 18 just because you were obligated to pay it.
No. It does end at 18 because the law says at
18. As far as the law is concerned.
Right. And
but as a parent, but as a parent is concerned.
Let me tell you why.
That's what I'm talking about. So I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
I'm only on your parental perspective. Because the law says the age of 18 is the age of maturity or adulthood.
And that's not the case often. Come on, we know that. That's not the case all the time.
You
can't throw your children out there too early just because they're 18 now.
But Vaughn, let me finish. For a lot of children, it is. I'm gonna give you a group of kids that it is a reality of every single year. Nobody ever cares about.
Oh, and I know that takes place, especially in the foster system.
Exactly.
Especially in the group homes.
Exactly.
I get it.
Hit 18 and you just
I get it.
Done.
No, I get that part, but we're talking about a parent who is in the life of the child.
What I'm saying is the law says that's the age of maturity. You hit 18, you're mature, you're an adult. I get that. So even when you look at the instance, it's like, okay, so if it's not 18, then what age is it, Vaughn? Is it 50?
Well, I would think, wouldn't it depend on the state, and wouldn't it depend on if they continue to go to college? Depend on the state, right? Because they're in New York.
Yes, Patrice.
But that's the thing. That's the stipulation that I sit there and said is, oftentimes they will, if you get a divorce, the wife will say, I want him to support them until they graduate college.
You don't even have to get a divorce, Rico.
Huh?
You don't even have to have a divorce.
Right. Or you don't even have to have a divorce. They can just ask for it. It doesn't mean it's guaranteed. What I tell everybody is guaranteed to 18. If you want to go to 22, it's 50-50. Sometimes they'll say yes, sometimes they'll say no. Every circumstance is different. But it sounds like what she said to me, and we have to play it back again for me to listen. It sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like what she said to me, and we have to play it back again for me to listen. It sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is different. But it sounds like to me, every circumstance is differ I didn't hear her saying high school. I thought she was saying college.
She said college.
Yeah. And when they finished, he was like, I'm done. So now
all you have to pay is why they're in college.
Right. So his
18.
legal obligations at that point ended. Now, I'm not saying that as a father, he should cut them off, but I'm saying I understand that's his legal obligation. Is that making any sense?
So you're saying once they make 18, he's not legally obligated.
He said it depends. What I'm saying is, I think she said they graduated from college and he cut them off.
How about just play that part again so we can be clear on that?
Play it again, Clarence.
All right, let me find it.
You know, college back. You'll see on their page that they post all these pictures like we're together, like we're friends. They've even posted pictures and then said like, I just got off the phone with my kids. They sent me this great picture. None of that's true. I like receipts. So of course I have text messages. I have messages from all my kids. You know, you can go and see. I think the bottom line, like probably the breaking point for all of this was over the past many months when their dad just sort of cut them off. He was contributing a little bit of cash to their like monthly, you know, college spending, not much, a couple $100 probably, maybe $500, maybe a little more. Again, all these things.
So they were in college.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they graduated, but it sounded like she said, again, I had to look at
I think the older one graduated.
Right.
The other one is still in there. Right?
Yeah, the older one graduated. The other one is still there. I think she got another year or two to complete. But there's nothing going on now. And I'm not necessarily saying he's wrong for that because they are considered legally adults. Mm-hmm. And one's working in the fashion industry, but again, she said he threatened to like call people to stop her career in the industry because she didn't take his side. So she's saying, well, I don't have to work in the industry. I'll end up probably being an attorney or something because obviously I guess she got that type of, you know, degree or experience or education where she can, you know, continue her education to be an attorney. They're very intelligent young ladies, both of them are. But I think that if that's what he's doing to them, I think that's very wrong and detrimental for him to put those children, well, even though they're grown, he's still putting the kids involved in whatever is going on between him and his mother. And when you make a child choose, whether it's either side, the male or the female, I think that's just absolutely asinine.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Patrice. I go back to your point. I think he's a piece of shit for 1,000 other reasons. I was just pointing that part out. I think he's a piece of shit for me, he's a child SA, which I didn't quite realize how young. I never really knew. But when I read the backstory on how young she was when she met him, the mother, I'm like, his ass should be in jail for that.
She was very exploited, and not only by Russell. I mean, she lived.
Look, that's the word. This whole story rings in my head is exploitation.
She lived overseas. She lived overseas as a young teenager. I think 14, 15-ish, with Karl Lagerfeld, the designer, lived with him. So imagine that, you guys. I think that there was a lot of exploitation going on with her, as there were with a lot of other young ladies in the entertainment, whether it's modeling, sports, music, acting. You know, it almost was like a norm. It really is.
Oh, Risa said both the kids out of school. So I don't think you got to pay no more after they get out of school. I think me and Rico did a show on this. And nobody had to. We did multiple shows on child support and how it works, but how basically the basic situation of child support is you got to pay till 18. Okay, if the child goes to college, you may be required, depending on the state you in, to continue that if they're getting, if you know what I'm saying, if depending on the state that, you know, the way that their benefits are set up, you may still have to continue to pay. So as long as they're in school, but once they're out of school, your obligation ends. So once they graduate, or if they drop out and they're out for an extended period of time, you don't have to pay no more.
Yeah, and obviously there's something deeper going on, you know what I mean, with their family, because the daughters, if you know, for the people that follow them, they've never posted anything nefarious or anything about their dad, even though they saying all of this was going on in the background, the abuse and you know, the control and all of that. So now for them to come forward on their platforms, you know, and saying these things, I'm not saying that he's all wrong and they're all right. I'm just saying it just shows a level of something that I think needs to be paid attention to, as to the type of men, you know, that men like Russell Simmons is, and having, you know, the father of hip hop or whatever they call him, you know, coming back. They done some great things, but they also done some nefarious things and still doing some nefarious things. And I think the nefariousness is coming to light now more with the ex-wives and girlfriends and baby mamas and so forth, speaking up. And Kimora was married. I think one guy she was engaged to, a Caucasian guy. I think he went to prison for some type of embezzlement scheme or something, regarding some fraud or something. And then of course the guy from was married to him. Thank you for correction. And then she married the guy from Amistad too. So now I'm not sure. I think I forget how many baby daddies she had, because I heard she say all my baby daddies. So she either got 2 or 3 different baby daddies. I know she has the 2 daughters with Russell. I don't know if she had a child with the white guy, and then there's the guy from Amistad. Did she have any kids with him that she married? So I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure on that. I didn't do that much of a research, but I know people that were around her and Russell and Diddy and all of them during that time. And one of them, y'all know, she my friend. She been telling a lot on people in the industry, but the same things that she said about Russell's former bodyguard, which is not Russell, Diddy's former bodyguard, which is also a friend of mine, has kind of collaborated almost everything that was said and talked about Russell and the history of him being very, very suspect. I'll just say.
Hey, did y'all know Kimora Lee actually is in the entertainment industry, and she wrote a song? Did y'all know that? I just looked it up. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can put it up here. Hold on. Let me see if I can put it up here. Hold on.
Pick up the phone, girl. That's just my baby daddy. Who that is? That's my baby daddy. Who that is? That's my baby daddy. Who that is? 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 My baby daddy. Why every time I call, it's the same thing. You got to be on the phone with your lane.
I guess that wasn't funny, huh?
Right. Wait a minute. I was getting ready to say, are you really telling me she wrote that?
No. I'm just being silly. Silly.
I know she had mass success with Baby Fat, her fashion line and all of that, because I loved Baby Fat when it came out. Russell has had some business deals that has went sour. He have lost millions and millions of dollars. Of course, that Rush card was one of them that went flop, as it should.
Ooh, that was a horrible idea, man.
Exactly. So she's talking about she's talking about bailing him out of that. So he lost a lot of money, but then he's accusing her of embezzling $250 million from him too. That's why he allegedly took her to court to sue her.
No, did he win or what? What happened?
I believe it got thrown out or he lost or something. You can look it up right quick, Bro Clarence. I don't think it's still going on, but I don't think he won. It's either was thrown out or he lost it.
Let me look it up right now. Let's see what actually happened here. Let's see. What? Russell Simmons was ordered to pay ex-wife Kimora Lee $100,000 a month, or months before daughter's accusations of verbal abuse and erratic behavior. Russell Simmons suffered a huge loss in court and in the disgraced former music exec's battle with ex-wife Kimora Lee. Only months before the daughters came forward to accuse him of verbal abuse and trying to force them to take sides in their parents' fight. Radar Online has learned over the weekend Kimora Lee and her daughter Aoki Lee Simmons spoke out against Russell Simmons on Instagram. The duo accused Russell of becoming erratic and berating his family members.
So he lost the case, right? So he lost, right?
Well, he lost the case.
Yeah.
Above $100,000. I don't know about the. I'm trying to look up the real case here where he said he's sued for $250 million.
Yeah, it's alleged $250 million. Allegedly. That he had against Kimora.
Let me ask all of y'all a question. If a kid turns 18 years old, right? Kid turns 18. Should I still be involved with his life, even though he's allegedly he's a man now, or she's a woman now? Should I still be involved?
I would say yes, because that's the legal legality of it. I would say yes, considering the fact that maturely, your kids are not really maturely grown until like 25. So what if they're still in college? What if they're pursuing a longer education? I mean, are you going to not be, especially if you're paying for it as a parent, are you not going to be involved in anything where your child is concerned? I would say yes as a parent. I think society and that law has led us to think that we should legally let go of our kids, when so many times we've seen the repercussion of that a lot of times has not been in the best interest of the child or the parent.
Oh man. See, I'm trying to look it up here. Okay. 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 Talking about her husband. But I don't see nothing about what's going on with there. Oh, this is an extortion attempt, especially egregious given that Russell remains contractually in debt to Kimora for millions of dollars in unpaid business loans. Our team is actually working to.
Yeah, he's saying she's embezzled, but she's saying she was paying all of his bills when he lost millions, that she was covering his bills for him. That's what she was saying in this very post that she's doing here.
Oh, let's get to that.
You should. But he was saying to the guy, like, I'm so rich, I got this and I got that, and I'm this and that. None of that could be further from the truth. He has turned around, and then again, I have records and evidence of this where he's told the kids in writing, we have it, text messages, I'm broke, I this, I that, I can't, go get it from your mom. Now, meanwhile, I have been financially carrying this person probably for the last at least 10 years, myself and my ex-husband. Again, this is all proven with receipts. So if whatever, somebody doesn't like what I'm saying, we can talk about it. We can come, we can open up our receipts. I love it. I love receipts. But I've taken care of this person to the tune of many, many, many millions of dollars to help with their bills, their overhead, their companies that they run into the ground, their unsuccessful bids, all of their stuff. I don't necessarily speak for my kids, but I think I could take probably a good shot at it. They're sleeping right now because it's not even 8:30 in the morning. But my two oldest girls, they're young women. They're young women of the world. I think that was very tough for them, that their dad like kind of cut them off and cut off conversation and cut off helping them. And he's even said things to them like, why did you go to college? You shouldn't have gone to college. You wasted that money. You could have saved it. While I'm up here trying to hustle the kids over the finish line. You know, that was crazy. It's just been so many things that kind of negate what I'm trying to do over here at my house. Again, like I live in Beverly Hills, California. You know, I go between New York and LA. People know how to find me. They know how to see me. I see people walking up and down the street all day, every day. I'm just not going to tolerate this from someone who's not on the streets walking around every day. They are like, I don't know, apparently like hiding under a rock someplace far away in another country. You know, again, these girls are adults. They are young adults. I typically try to be very friendly and amicable with all my baby daddies, whatever. But I think it comes a time when you guys have to ask yourself,
my baby daddies,
why are these women, young women, not supportive or not really trying to hear that? Or what have they gone through? What have they seen that they, you know, that has turned them off or that has put a bad taste in their mouth? You know, we've seen a lot lately over the years. And I have literally stood by these people and this man all my life. And I just get so emotional when someone tries to attack my parenting or my family or my kids that have tried so hard. You know, you can see all the press that we've done, all the interviews that we've done. I mean, it's a community thing. These kids graduating from high school, I'm in college, high school too. And all my friends, you know, I say the same thing. It's every person knows here that has had graduates. I graduated from college only just recently in the past like 5 years. It's tough. You know, they're teenagers developing into young adults now. They have lived their whole life in the public eye, which I guess is a good thing and a bad thing, because it's good because you know my kids, you know my family, you know, and so I hope that the public can kind of decipher some of these things and some of this, you know, bullshit. But it's also bad because you grow up and again, your stuff is in the public eye. You don't get to handle things that.
I think we get the idea, y'all. I think we get the idea.
Yeah.
Let's start wrapping up here. I feel bad for her that her kids are going through that she's going through it. You know, it's sad, man. I mean, but I never heard anybody say Russell Simmons was a Boy Scout. So, you know, I'm not surprised. Can't say I'm surprised at what's going on. You know what I mean? So obviously, you know, he's doing what he thinks is the best thing to do, which is, you know, I don't believe you should not talk to your children. You should at least maintain a relationship with them, even if you're not, you know, paying all their bills, right? You can at least, you know, maintain a relationship with them, right? I mean, that's the least you could do, especially girls. I can't even think about my granddaughter being out there, and if she asked me for something, I wouldn't. I mean, I would cover her as long as I could, as long as she let me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me. Boys a little different, but that's just me. All right, y'all. What do y'all think? Is Russell Simmons out of his mind? Well, let's just get some closing remarks on everything, y'all, because I think we
Yeah.
all this stuff.
Yeah, I'll just
Go ahead, Patrice.
no, I'm just gonna say, you know, of course we not there, we didn't live with them, we don't know, but I think just from conversation that Kimora was having and being emotional, and then the daughters being emotional online. I think that there is some, when Kimora said, you guys just don't know, there's a lot of things we've seen, there's a lot of things that were done and were said. One of the daughters did say on her live that, you know, that Russell called them, you know, during COVID and told them that he had COVID. So they was like, because they had him blocked. They got him blocked on social media, guys. They have their dad blocked. So he calls or texts or something and say, hey, you know, I'm sick, I got COVID or whatever. And they unblock him on social media. And then the daughters called him and he commits to telling them, oh, I just said that just to get y'all attention. I'm not sick. I just want to tell you your mom's a C and she's a B and an H. I'm like, who does that? Like, who does that except a man that is very sick, bitter, jaded, twisted, evil, mean-spirited? Like,
wow.
Who does that? You know,
Wow.
why aren't he keeping it between him and Kimora? Because the girl said Kimora never put them in it, never asked them to choose
Yeah, I
sides
figured
or
that's
anything
probably
like
why.
that.
Well, that's
That is
probably
him.
why they didn't say anything. That's why they didn't say anything, because the mom was like, I know your father's acting crazy. Just leave it. You know, don't put it out there. But if they finally snapped. So, yeah, I get that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I get it. You know, these are rich people problems, and you know, but I think it speaks volumes as to no matter what, men that have power and money tend to have this type of mentality where they want to control the narrative with women in general, and how and the lengths that they go to try to silence them. Just recently, Justice mother, which is Nisha, which is Diddy's ex baby mother, just spoke out blasting him about something, you know, because
Who?
Misha would just a couple of weeks ago blast Diddy because their son Justin got a DUI. He got a DUI, and Misha blast Diddy on parenting, something regarding parenting skills or something. So I think a lot of these women are coming forward because I think they tired of being silent and controlled by these men. Even though the children are grown, I guess to a certain extent, you know, it's a lot of nefariousness that's still going on the parts of the men. And Misha and Kimora are really good friends, just like they were with Kim Porter. They all used to hang together, and they have never not let these men see their kids, and they have never like sick child support on them. Like both of these men has gotten behind hundreds of thousands of dollars on child support. It's not because the women sick child support on them. So I just want to be clear with that. But anyway, you know, I just want to say, yeah, I think it's just something that needed to be talked about because it tends to speak to the volumes that men with money and control, and they don't even have to be celebrities, or what they'll do to try to control the narrative and keep women in silent positions and almost treat them like Stepford wives just because they got money and power.
Oh, yeah, I think just people probably just, they look at her and they say, oh, poor you, you know, you should luxurious lifestyle, you know, but you got problems too when you got big money like that, you know, sometimes, you know, not all the glamorous as it looks, you know, sometimes. But that's your last word, Patrice?
Yes, sir. You can take me down now. I am good to go. Thank you for covering this.
Oh, yeah, no problem, girl. Next time, don't go to the circus. Stay at home.
Yes,
Call
sir.
us from the house.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Salute
girl.
to the chat. Salute to the panel. All right.
All right, let you go. All right, that's Patrice, y'all. Now, why would this crazy girl go into the circus?
Wow. Listen, not, you know, interesting conversation, but man, that side noise, you know, it kind of made my vertigo flare up.
Yeah, it like made everybody leave the panel, right?
now I got to take a pill because, you know, my vertigo is acting up now. My balance is off.
I love her, so there ain't nothing she can do. She got to push
but
me
that's
off.
my
She
sister,
got to
though.
push
That's
me
my
off the
sister,
cliff
you know.
now. All right.
I was so busy hearing clink, 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 clink. I really couldn't hear what she was saying. But
I'm like, man,
but
please get out of the circus.
But yeah, but you know,
Universal
always love my
circus.
sister, though. Always love my sister.
Patrice says she's still here.
But now I'm starting to catch my balance now that it's gotten a little more, you know, solid with the sound. You know.
Yeah.
But
that's all right.
Yeah. Thank God I wasn't standing up. No,
you imagine being in a place trying to talk to Patrice. Patrice, so what you like to do for fun? Yeah, you can't even hear yourself talking in there.
Wow.
All right.
Well, great show, Brother Clarence. You know,
Thank
I don't,
you, brother.
you know, the first half, the topic we were talking about, you know, I felt that I was able to contribute a little more to that conversation than this one about the Kamala and the Russell Simmons, right?
Yeah.
But what I will say in regards to as to what I've seen and heard so far, I would definitely say that, you know, to me, it's just sad when, you know, our personal lives have to be broadcast, you know, in front of social media, something that's so precious and private. You see what I'm saying? Some of these moments should not be shared in social media. You know what I'm saying? And so I think it's sad when people do that, you know, but, you know, I don't know, they do it because they feel that this is the only way that they can get their point across, you know. But to me, some of this stuff just shouldn't be shared. You know, it's personal. It should be personal. You know, I can understand the paparazzi and all of those people that, you know, in the news, the media that try to, you know, pull all your information out and then put that out in the forefront. But that's their bidding. You know, why would you put yourself in a position to where, you know, you're broadcasting your personal business? You know,
because it becomes about vanity, Vaughn. In my opinion, it just becomes about vanity. It becomes like, you know, I'm just gonna push my narrative, no matter whether it's right or wrong. That's not the issue. The issue is I'm not gonna let you win. That's how most people look at it. Just like the content creator we was talking about. Yeah, I'm just not gonna let you win. Right? Truth ain't the issue. You're just not gonna win. I'm just not gonna let you win. So it's in my opinion, it's vanity. Sorry to interrupt you, brother.
And this whole idea, and I understand a little bit about child support. You know, because I've been supporting my child, but in regards to the system, I get that part. You know, there's a cutoff time where you don't have to pay child support.
Correct.
But any good parent is going to continue to support their child, you know, past 18. You see what I'm saying? And you know, I don't see anything wrong with that. You know,
well, so like I said, it just depends on what school you come from. There's a school that you and me come from.
I get it. I don't think parenting stops at 18, though.
Right. You know, when you and me come from that school, right?
Yeah. Right. A lot of these 18-year-olds are really functioning with almost a 15-year-old mind, a 14-year-old mind at the age of 18. You see what I'm saying? Some of the reading skills are even lower than that at the age of 16. I mean, at the age of 18.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, you know, I know, you know, how you're 18 now, go out the door, get your own place and live your life. I'm done. You know, I don't think that's a good parenting method.
Especially if you recognize they're not ready. You just don't.
Especially with your girls too. Yeah.
Oh man, that's a huge mistake. Huge mistake with girls. But everybody's supposed to be even, Vaughn. This is supposed to be even. You're supposed to be. We have equality. Yeah, I know, but no, we don't. Some things are always going to remain the same, and the girls coming out of the house are always going to have a little more leeway than boys, in my opinion.
It was an interesting story. You know, listening to her, I haven't seen Kamora in many years, and you know, just to know that her girls, you know, have gone to college. I remember she had her own television show at one point.
Yeah, that's right.
And they were little tiny girls at the time. So
yeah,
you know, that shows that life goes on, right? I'm a little older now because now they went to college. See what I'm saying? How many years ago was that?
Yeah.
You know what
I
I'm
remember
saying?
that.
But listen, my heart goes out to her and whatever the brother Russell Simmons is going through. I have no idea. I do understand he fled the country,
Yeah.
for whatever purposes,
Yeah.
allegedly.
Yeah, we didn't even get into that. Yeah.
But if you didn't do nothing wrong, I don't know why you have to run. But anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone because I can't get into that too deep.
One thing he
But,
ain't is stupid. So he saw the axe.
Yeah.
He saw the axe coming. So he said, he saw the what do you call that thing? Vaughn, where chops your head off. What's that thing? We put your head in it.
The guillotine.
The guillotine. He saw the guillotine coming. He just said, "Hey, look, I'm gone. I'm gone."
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it was good, Brother Clarence. The panel was good today. I really appreciate Arshawn being up there.
Man,
I really respect this young man's opinion and perspective. He's a young man that's on the move, and I like to see that in these spaces. Because we don't see enough of it in these spaces. A lot of the younger men in these spaces are speaking foolishness.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So when you run across somebody that's actually making sense, that's a refreshing point right there.
Yeah, definitely.
So with that being said, I would just say, hey, peace, joy, longevity, prosperity, and keep me in your prayers as I keep you in mine.
Same here, brother. Appreciate you, man. All the time.
Sir.
All the time. All right, man. I'm gonna pull you down, brother.
All right, peace.
All right. Let's see. We're gonna pull Vaughn down. Y'all, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Can y'all believe that? Man, we talked about Kimora Simmons. We gotta think about Kimora Simmons. We gotta think about Russell Simmons. I mean, I don't think any of us thought he was a Boy Scout anyway, right? We all saw Crush Groove and how he got down in Crush Groove. I mean, we kind of knew he wasn't no Boy Scout, right? But to hear some of these things about his children, man, wow, man, that's really shocking. Because he seemed like, even though he wasn't a Boy Scout, he seemed like he was the type of dude that would at least take care of his family. Well, his brother does, I should say his brother does. So we just assumed that his brother, he was going to be like his brother, man, and be a family dude at some point, right? His brother was out there in the weeds at one point, but then he, came to the Lord, and no more women's. No more women's, right? He shut that down and he came to the Lord. But Arshawn, very solid. But I'm gonna get to that, I'm gonna get to that. Then we talked about marriage, which I really wanted to get into, because the crux of everybody's argument is the happiness of marriage. But we don't have a clear definition of happy. All of these people are not happy. These people, the 25% of people that are staying married, they are not happy, right? Well, what is happy though? What does that mean? Does that mean that they're continuously happy even though something happened, right? They got a flat tire. Oh, I'm so happy because I got a marriage, because I got a husband, I'm married. Or the man, right? Oh, I got a chronic disease. I got, emphysema. Well, I'm still happy. Nobody's happy all the time, y'all. Single people or married people. I'm going to tell you the reality. Gather around. The four of y'all that's here, gather around. I'm going to tell you the reality of marriage. These are bonus points that you're going to get from Brother C. There's some bonus points you're going to get for just hanging around this long. Marriage comes with responsibility, and that's what all of these people are trying to separate from it. I'm not going to sign up with the state. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Marriage comes from responsibility. Comes from responsibility, right? You got to be responsible in marriage, right? And now, not only you got to be responsible for yourself, you got to be responsible for someone else. You can actually get in trouble for what someone else does, right? If this person don't, if you filing as joint and married, and the person don't file taxes, they can come after you and come after your income. You guys don't file your taxes, they can come after you. If somebody crash a car, right, you own the house together, they can come and sue not only that decided to sue the person that committed the accident, but also get you. You can get involved. You have joint assets together. Somebody suing them, it's somebody suing you. Right? Marriage is work. It's work because there's an extra sense of, there's an extra dose of responsibility involved in marriage than just if you just living with somebody. See, if you're just living with somebody and people say, shout out to OG Patrice, if you're just living with somebody, right? You're just living with somebody. Yeah, I mean, you try to be as responsible as you can with them, but really, if you get pissed enough, you can just get in your car and drive away. Especially if you have no children between you. You just put your stuff in your car, drive away. Never see that person ever again, right? You're not obligated to that person, but when you marry them, you obligated, right? You obligated. That's a whole nother level of responsibility that you have to deal with when you marry someone. And that's what we want these young men to understand. Because this world is about out here, and it's about trying to take a baby to responsibility. Same thing with the young females. You got to be responsible to be in a marriage, man. This man got to eat. This man got to have his clothes washed. This man got to have certain things done. Or what does he need a wife for? Right? We need to be taught as men, when you take on a wife, this is a responsibility that you're taking on. Do you accept the job? Well, I only want the part of the job where, I get to go hang out between her legs. That's the only part of the job I want. How's that working for us? How's that working for us? I think that ideally, you shouldn't be having sex unless you're married. Ideally. That would cut down on so many different problems. If you were having sex with just your husband or wife that has been properly qualified, I'm not saying no mistakes are going to come up. Mistakes still going to be there, but it will cut down on the vast majority of stuff that happens when we are out here having premarital sex with people that's unqualified. But I'm a realist. I know we're going to be out here having premarital sex. I know that. Most people are. In today's world, it's hard to jump into the dating market and not be willing to. Part of the agreement of being in the dating market today is agreeing to be involved with premarital sex. That's part of the contract that you sign in when you sign up to be in the dating market today. If you go out into the dating market and you say, I'm a virgin, I'm waiting until I'm married to have sex, the better looking men will not want to date you. The better looking men won't want to date you. Right? Same thing for men. You say, yeah, I make $200,000 a year, but I'm saving the goodies, these goodies, spending that big money for my wife. The better looking women are not gonna they're not gonna want to date you. They just not, right? Because everybody feel like, hey, I can get somebody that's gonna do this. But men explicitly are not going to want to date you if you're not prepared to have sex and you're in the dating market. Now, if you have a special pool that you in, like you in there, I'm on a site for just virgins, right? Or I'm on a site for people that have been practicing celibacy for a period of time, right? Most men are going to look at that and say, there's a reason why she's celibate. Something major happened. Do I really want to be in a relationship with somebody that got something so major they stopped having sex for 5 to 6 years or 7 years? That's how most men are going to look at it. But Clarence, that doesn't mean that something major happened. I know, but that's how men are going to look at it. That's how men are going to look at it. Right? What's the best thing, Clarence, and what should I do? If I want to date, if I want to get in a relationship, I want to get married. I'm a female, I want to get married. I'm a man, I want to get married. What should I do? Well, I'm going to tell you, there's certain people you should not listen to because they're going to teach you how to get married to heathens, right? They married to a heathen and they try and teach marriage, then they're going to teach you how to be married to heathens. I don't see how teaching people how to marry heathens is going to work. It's going to be better. I didn't get to ask Black Man that question, but that's where we was on our way to. That's where we was on our way to. You going to listen to somebody that's married to a heathen? Self-professed heathen? Good luck. Good night. It's okay to be a heathen. That's not the problem. The problem is when you're selling people on this is what God wants. And when you show me where God wants you to marry heathens, show me in that book where they said God wants you to marry heathens. But you married a heathen. And you're going to tell everybody, hey, you can marry a heathen. You can get a Maserati in the driveway too. You can get a Maserati in the driveway too. You get a big fancy house too. You just got to be real with each other. You got to be real with each other. Marriage is not about happiness. It is not. It is ultimately about duty. It's ultimately about duty. And it's something where you want most of the time to be happy, most of the time to be pleasant, right? But you can't say, I'm going to marry somebody for 20 years. And there ain't going to be no, and if there's one problem, that means I'm unhappy. And who made you unhappy? And why are you unhappy? See, that's another thing. People will falsely think, oh, it's the wife that's making me unhappy. No, sometimes it ain't the wife. It's you. You never wanted to be married in the first place. This is way too much, like Derek Jackson. This is way too much responsibility for you. Way too much. Should never have signed up for that much responsibility when you ain't ready for it. You ain't ready for that kind of responsibility. Marriage is tough at times. And then marriage is soft at times. Marriage is hard at times. And marriage has butterfly wings at sometimes. Marriage is a struggle sometimes. And marriage is a walk through the tulips, smelling the sweet smell of nectar in the beautiful flowers that have been laid out in your path. See, there's a bunch of things going on in marriage. And the issue is you got to walk through it with this person. See, when you're walking by yourself, you can stop when you want to. But when you're walking with somebody else, you can't just stop when you want to. You got to check with somebody else. Right? You got to check, make sure they're going to be okay if you stop. But see, a lot of these people, but do you think you're going to be married to somebody for 20 years and they ain't going to make a mistake? That's unrealistic expectations. You marry somebody for 10 years, they're not going to make a mistake. There ain't going to be a misunderstanding somewhere. They thought you said this, but you actually said that, and a whole argument stirs up behind that. You think that ain't going to happen? See, we got unrealistic expectations of marriage. Oh, these people are not happy. We got unrealistic expectations. What is happy? Define it. See, nobody can define happiness in regards to whether this person is married, this married person is happy, and this married person is not happy. What is happiness? And so, and you're right. There's some people that are very unhappy in their marriage. They're so unhappy, they want to leave it. So what? So what? That don't mean marriage is bad. That means for whatever reason, whatever happened, something happened in the marriage. Either it started out bad, it turned bad in the middle, or it just got to the point where the ability to fix it, the desire to correct the situation is beyond, is out of range for one or both people. That's when marriage is bad. When the desire to actually fix the core issue is beyond the people in the relationship, in the marriage. That's when you got a bad marriage. Because you can't fix something with just one person. You know, the one person wants to go to counseling, or the one person wants to go on a trip to sit and talk about it, or the one person wants to do things, and the other person's like, oh man, I'm so done with this. I'm so done with this. And I'm done with this. If there's any way I can get out of this thing, I'm gone. A person like that, there's nothing you can do. Let them go. Let them go. When people tell you, fight for your relationship. Fight for your relationship. I think that's bad advice. What you do is show this person that you really want to make it work. That's all you can do. You can't fight for a relationship and go tell the other woman, don't call my husband, or go tell the other man, stop having sex with my wife. There's nothing you can do when a person is advanced at that point. Only thing you can do is say, I'm willing to try to work this out. I'm willing, but only if you're willing. If you ain't willing, what can we do? One person cannot save a marriage. One person cannot save a relationship. Both people have to be interested in saving this situation and making it work. Both people have to be interested in that. If only one person is, there's not enough juice to get the battery started. Right? Got to have enough juice to get the car started. You ain't got enough juice, man. You need the sparks to make it start. Marriage is a lot of work. That's why they give you the vows in the beginning. That's why they give you the vows in the beginning. Why do you think you got vows? For better, for worse, for richer, for poor, in sickness and in health. Why you thought that was they were just talking? They just threw that in for nothing? There's a reason why they put that in there. Why? Because sometimes somebody gonna be sick. Sometimes somebody gonna be poor. Right? Sometimes people gonna just be not well. Right? Or they're gonna make a stupid move and it's gonna cost everybody. What you gonna do then? Sometimes a illness is gonna catch somebody off guard. The big C. Something. I mean, the monster. Something. Then what you gonna do? What you gonna do? See, that's why you need marriage vows. Because if it was just going to be a party all the time, you wouldn't need no vows. Right? You would need to be somebody to tell you, hey, there's going to be a sick time. There's going to be a poor time. Right? There's going to be there's not only going to be some good times, there's going to be some ugly times. There's going to be some times of confusion. There's going to be some times of neglect. There's going to be some times where we going in different directions. We just ships passing in the night. But both people got to want to bring this thing back together. I don't think people should be getting pushed into marriage. I think marriage should be presented as an option for those who want to have offspring, right? If you want to have children, I think marriage is the best situation to have children and raise them up. I think that's how it should be presented, as well as it should be companion as a higher level of companionship. I'm a married man. I got a certain responsibility. I got responsibility. I got a wife, right? You unmarried dude, you ain't got to worry about nobody getting your retirement. Your retirement, congratulations. Uncle Sam is going to be you, your doctor, like Diane Carroll, you, your doctor, your nurse, and Uncle Sam standing around your bedside, because Uncle Sam is going to take everything from you, right? Yeah. You're going to feed the dragon when you pass away. But some of us, we got family, we got wives. I got a wife, man. My wife's name is on everything. Wife's name is on the retirement. Wife's name is on the pension. Wife's name is on the credit cards. Wife's name is, I don't have credit cards, but on the bank accounts. Wife's name is on the all the accounts. Vesting, life insurance, everything. She get it all. But she put in 30 years. Wasn't always a pretty 30 years, but she did the time. She deserves something for hanging in there. Because she sure could have did better than me on many occasions. She could have did better than me on many occasions. But let's just say it like this: your little brother got some skills. You don't stay married for 30 years without having a skill set, right? You gotta know how to do some things, right? When people are walking out the door, come here, let me talk to you for a minute. And get their mind right? But the point is, things are gonna happen in a marriage. Well, things are gonna happen in relationships, period, right? Take your children, right? You teach them good, you raise them good, you tell them right from wrong, and they go out and do some dumb shit, right? You get a call from the police station, right? My son said, I gotta go to this party. I'm going to this party. I didn't say nothing. I said, okay, but you know the deal. You ain't here by 12 o'clock. You better stay where you at. That was my thing. Stay where you at. Don't come in my house at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I got other children here. Sleeping. They have to go to school. And they used to have a big machete. One time my son came in, tried to sneak into the garage, him and his friend, almost chopped their heads off. Dad, it's me. I said, oh, okay. I told you not to come through here at this time of night. Don't do that. Friend got so choked up, he was like, hey, man, I'm out. He said, I'm gone. I said, yeah, man, can't come through here. But what's the point? What's the point, y'all? What's the point? You can raise a kid up. You can be the best parent in the world, man. If they just got it in their heart, my oldest boy, he just got it in his heart. I don't care where you put him, what you do, he will find the worst people in the classroom to connect with. It don't matter. You can put him in a room full of rocket scientists, right? Among those rocket scientists, he will find the drug dealer in that group. He will find the drug user and the you know what I'm saying? The criminal in that bunch, the criminal-minded one in that bunch. He'll find him, right? But that doesn't mean I'm a bad parent because he wanted to do that. He just, I mean, you know, sometimes these kids they just want to do it. They watch what they see on TV and they think, oh man, this is what I want for myself. I want to be a rock star. And you try to tell them, hey, man, being a rock star ain't all what it's cracked up to be. But they got to go out here. Sometimes they, as children, they got to go out here on their own and find out. They got to find out. Right? We got to teach each other. Now, one thing Arshawn said that I think was good, we need to have classes. That's your brother's working on that. We need to have classes that teach this stuff to young men, like high school age guys. The responsibility of marriage, the responsibility of what a wife is or a father is, what a fatherhood looks like. Some of these dudes jumping into fatherhood, right? Right? Having unprotected sex, right? They jump into fatherhood. I watch the MTV. They sometimes, right? Got these dudes, yeah, what's your day gonna be like? Yeah, I'm gonna go play Xbox with my friends, and then I'm gonna stop by my girlfriend's house and see my baby. Like it's a puppy, right? I'm gonna go see my baby because like it's a puppy or a turtle or something, right? You always see the girl, she's like, Javon's coming over later. She looks stupid and he look even stupider, right? But that's because we are not on a mass scale teaching our young men to stay away from sex until they prepare to be dads. And then we're not teaching them what a dad looks like, what a real dad looks like, fathers look like, right? Father, man, not like a mother. Mother gets a lot of credit. You don't get ain't no whole lot of hand claps in fatherhood, right? You know what the hand clap is in fatherhood? You watch your child get a job. You watch your child get their driver's license. Little milestones like that. That's what you get. Those are God's way of saying, job well done, right? You see them graduate high school, graduate college. Those are little things. Those are hand claps from the Lord of the universe. Fatherhood is tough. But nobody tells you that, right? Why? Because conception is easy. Fatherhood is tough. Fatherhood is tough. Conception is easy, right? 5 minutes, maybe. But those 18 years after that, that's what's going to be. Those 18 years and 9 months, that's what's going to be the issue. That's what's going to be the issue. How well are you going to handle that? And on top of that, being married, now you got to manage a marriage with a woman, and then you got to manage children, right? It's tough. It's tough. I want people to go into marriage if you want to be married. See, the thing is, I know there's some people, they're happy not being married, and that's cool with them. That's what I was trying to get across to Rico. There's some people that's happy. They don't want to be married. They don't need to be married. That's just too much responsibility. They don't want to be bothered with a whole nother person. They just don't want to be bothered with that. Their life is cool. They can dip in. They can see somebody when they want to see a person. They can see a person. And when they don't, they don't. They won't be bothered. My mother was like that. She don't want to be bothered with nobody, right? She's like, I don't want to be bothered with no dude coming through here. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I'll go see you, right? You know, man, I'm just saying there's some people that's happy being single because they know that they themselves are a lot to deal with. My mother was a mess, right? Greatest person I ever met, man. But she was a mess. She was a mess, man. And if you didn't love her, she was hard to deal with, man, for sure, right? But I loved her, right? And she was a good person. She just wanted things the way she wanted them, right? And if you wasn't a person that could understand that, that's what happened. She would kind of rub you the wrong way, right? I'd always have to go behind her to her neighbors. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yeah, thank you for dealing with my mom. I appreciate it. You know, she would tell the dude, hey, you washing the stuff from your driveway into my driveway. Don't do that. You know, she would go off on the dude, right? And I would go over there, shout out to Mr. Watson. I'd go over to Mr. Watson and say, hey, Mr. Watson, sorry about that, man. You know, he like, oh, that's all right, Clarence. I've been listening to that for so and so many years. And so he's I don't pay her no mind. They still would give her their Sunday paper. After they got done reading it, they would give her their Sunday paper. They would give her eggs. They would give her stuff. They went to the store and they had too much. They would give my mom stuff, her next door neighbors, right? I mean, you know, they loved her. Everybody loved her. She just was difficult to deal with, man, a lot of times. Well, that's how it is in a marriage sometimes, right? Sometimes people are difficult to deal with. Sometimes they're easy. I say the first 10 years, I'll say, well, 10 is a long time. Let's say 5. First 5 years, most people are the best they ever going to be in the first 5 years. Why? Because that's still the honeymoon phase. That's still you ain't farting in front of nobody. You know, you ain't digging in your nose in front of nobody, right? Some of y'all are so nasty, y'all dig in your nose and eat it, right? Yeah, I mean, you ain't doing none of that in front of this person yet, right? Digging in your ear and eating it, right? You still on good behavior. You still trying to, but after 10 years, that's when you see who is in the building, who's here to stay, who's here to get something done and who's not. Because most people say, I can't stand this person. I already spent this much time. I can't take it. Or they say, this person is a good person. They got this bad habit, but they're a good enough person where they worth me trying to figure out how to get around this issue. See, what I don't like is people promoting marriage as this ethereal floating cloud that is just never no problems, right? I don't like that. That's why I'm gonna try to always promote the reality of marriage. Marriage is not for everybody. It's not. Yes, more things would go down if we just had sex once you in a committed relationship. Yes. But the reality is marriage is not easy. But people taking marriage lightly and saying, oh, well, this person said if I'm married, I'm going to be fulfilled. Not if you're married to the wrong person. Not if you're married to the wrong person at the wrong time. Not if you're married to the wrong person at the wrong time for the wrong reason. You could be married to the right person at the right time for the wrong reason, and your marriage fall apart. You could be married to the right person for the right reason at the wrong time, and your relationship could fall apart. You could be married to the wrong person at the right time for the right reason, but it's the wrong person. Then it's not going to work. Right? It's like that sister that Arshawn had on this show that day, and she was saying, yeah, I married this dude, and he told me he wanted to have threesomes, and then that's some information you should have known up front. But remember what I talked about, y'all? I talked about hidden desires, right? Some dudes get married because they say, you know what? I'm going to give it a shot. I really want to be out in these streets, but I got this sister pregnant. So let me just give it a shot. Let me give it a shot. Let me try to be a husband. And when they get out here, they find out, man, that husband life, that's tough. It's tough, right? It's tough. And what makes husband life so hard is it's hard for you to take marriage advice from other people because your house is a unique environment. It's a unique environment. So me telling you, hey, Vaughn, this is how I did it in my house. This is how I do it in my house. This is how you should do it. Well, maybe you and your wife communicate totally different. Maybe you and your wife, totally do things totally different, right? They run around telling everybody, put everything in one pot. Put everything in one pot, right? Maybe if you put everything in one pot and this other person got access to it, maybe they're going to spend it because they got a compulsion. See, they're not taking into account the variables that can go into it. See, that works in your house because you let the heathen be the boss, right? You just a picture boss. The heathen is the real boss, right? Okay, so the heathen, the real boss, you're going to let the heathen, you're going to do things like the heathen told you to do it. Okay, that's cool. That works in your house. That might not necessarily work in my house, right? Or that might not work in Vaughn's house. Or that might not work in Rico's house. That might not work everywhere. That's why we got to watch who we talking. We got to watch who we listening to, y'all. Some of these people, the capers have souped them up so well. The capers have souped them up. The capers told them, Emperor, 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 what a fine suit you got on. And the emperor's naked. The emperor has no clothes on. And the emperor say, I'm going to go some other place to another distant land and show them how beautiful my clothes are. You get over to the distant land and everybody's saying, damn, you ain't got no clothes on. You ain't got no clothes on. I just feel like a lot of people that I think marriage is one of those things where it's probably better if you're going to be given advice that you should have some experience in it. It's like scuba diving, right? You want to get advice or skydiving. You don't want to get a lot of advice from somebody who never strapped that parachute on their back, right? You want somebody who's had that parachute on their back for a few years, right? Or learning how to fly an airplane, right? You don't want to fly. You don't want to take lessons from somebody. You ever flew? No. Have you ever flown? No. Well, let's go try, right? No. And you want somebody, hey, have you ever flown? Oh, I've been flying for 20, 30 years. Right? They got the captain bars. You're like, same thing in marriage. Right? You want somebody who got them captain bars on their shoulder, right? Just like any other situation, right? If you go hire some painters to paint your house, you don't just go with the first painter. You want to see, you know what I'm saying? You want to see? Show me some of your work. You working on a job right now? Let me go by and check it out. As opposed to, nope. You ain't never painted nowhere? No, I ain't never painted nowhere. And I can't, who told you? And I got testimonies. Ooh, you do got testimonies? Yeah. I got 2 emails. I got 2 emails. So I got 100% satisfaction rate. Oh man. I don't see how you can have a school for marriage and you don't take a deep dive and you just say to women, hey, if you're a well, I guess if you're teaching women how to marry heathens, right? Hey, I married a heathen. You can marry a heathen too. And I'll tell you how to keep the relationship together with a heathen, right? This heathen will put you do a heathen right, he put a Maserati in the driveway for you. Big, beautiful house. Right? Well, I know what I got is, but I'm a loving person. I'm a Taurus. I love hard. And when I love you, I love you. So I love hard. So love is a very integral part of my life, right? I ain't ashamed, man. I tell all these people around here, I love you, I love you, I love you. I ain't ashamed of that. I don't care. Why? Why should I be ashamed of that? That's how I am as a person. That's how I am. I'm a Taurus. I mean, we love. We got a lot of love. But don't get it twisted. We got a lot of the other stuff too if you push us. But our natural resting spot is love, is loving people. And I love, man, the love I got with me and my wife, we done been through so many different things. We done been through financial problems. We done been through relationship problems. We done been through children problems. We done been through so many different things. Health issues. Oh yeah. You're going to want somebody around when you got a health issue. That's going to help. That'll be nice. Because the health issue going to come up. If you live long enough, a health issue going to come up. And if you out here mistreating somebody, how you think they're going to treat you in your time of need? See, these things are not being taken into account in the current situation where you got people telling people how to be in a marriage. I wish I could debate these people, but then they're not on the level that I need them to be on for me to even debate them, right? They're not even on that level. They're on a way less level. They need capers to accomplish I don't need no capers, right? I just need people that's going to tell me the truth. Clarence, hey, you did this one right. Clarence, you said this wrong, right? Why don't I need capers? Because I got the truth. I'm sitting on the truth. So even if I'm here by myself, I love the 6 people that's here. But guess what? If all of y'all went and said, you know what, bro, see, we found somebody even tighter than you. We're going to go listen to that person. I'd say, okay, hey, man, thank y'all for the time y'all was here. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Have at it. Be sad, but I mean, my work is going to go on. I gotta continue on, right? I'll check in on you every now and then. Hey, girl, how you doing? Hey, dude, how you doing? But I'd have to keep going. I do. I probably do, Vaughn. I do. Because I see on both sides. I'm not even blaming the one content creator that's teaching people how to be married to heathens. I'm saying on both sides of the spectrum, you got bad advice coming both ways. Where love is going to be the foundation when we have love. Now, the question is, what is love? That's another question. What is love? What does love look like in a relationship, in a marriage? What does love look like? We need to discuss that. What does love look like? Love is I'm trying to find, if you guys could get in my head, it would be a continuation. But because I have to try to match what's going on in my head to the English language, and the English language can't match what's going on there. Because this is the God vision right here. This is my God vision that's going on up here. And I'm trying to put it in the English language, and I'm having trouble finding words to match it. You know what I'm saying? I'm having trouble finding words. But let me do as best as I can. The sacrifice of, love is willing to sacrifice because of the fearlessness in it. The fearlessness of love, you willing to sacrifice. Remember the first time you tell somebody, I love you, you don't know if they're going to tell it back to you. And if they don't say it back to you, now that I love you is just hanging out there. And the other person is like, okay, you love me. Okay, cool. Maybe either they thinking, you know what, this ain't what I wanted. Or they're thinking, I got to, this is cool. I got him right where I want him, right? But if you don't get that I love you back, now there might be a problem, right? But the point is, in wrapping up, because I got to get out of here, y'all. I see the time already. Oh my gosh. Marriage ain't nothing to play with. Marriage is like truth. Truth is nothing to play with, right? Mr. Farrakhan said, when you get so much truth, if you play with it, it's going to drive you crazy. It's going to drive you crazy if you play with it. Got cats like Jim Jones. You got cats like Eddie Long. Right? You got cats like Eddie Long, Jim Jones, right? And others, on and on and on. Others where the truth was so straight, and it drove them crazy because they started adding their own thing to it. And it drove them crazy. Next thing you know, they monsters, man. They monsters. See, start with a little lie. Start with a little lie, right? Start with a little craziness, fugaziness. Jim Jones said, you can just call me daddy. See, at first he said, you call me father. Then he told some of them, you can call me daddy. Just progressed on and on and on. Same thing with Eddie Long. Yeah, I'm going to send you pictures of me working out because I'm going to show you how you could look if you work out. And these certain types of men, certain types of young men, he starts sending this stuff to. Little boys, actually. They wasn't men at the time. They were boys. Then he started taking them on trips and right? See, it only take a little bit, man. It only take a little bit of swaying. All you got to do is get off just a little bit. Next thing you know, you so far off, you don't know where you at. You don't know where you at. Man, I'm just trying to put it out there, man, so that we can learn how to be better people. Me too. I'm not perfect. I'm trying to learn how to be a better person. But if I don't acknowledge the truth, how can I be better if I don't acknowledge the truth? Hey, Clarence, you got something that you need to fix. I do? Yeah. If I don't acknowledge it, I won't fix it. I won't even search how to fix it because I think I'm cool. And that's how I feel loading up a panel with yes men, Get the wrong impression, right? Then when you take your show on the road, you get a dose of reality. Get a smack in the face. Psst, what? Right. Anyway, I think I done made my point on that. Y'all try to find out what love means to you. Try to find out what love means to you. What does love mean to you? Why do I love this person? Why do I love them? And what does love mean to me? Some people are single and they love being single. They love it. But why do you love it? And some people are married and they love being married. I love it. It's cool. But at the same time, I love my wife. But I understand that things happen. People, she may decide right now. She may say, hey, I don't, Clarence, I walked into the supermarket today. I met the love of my life, right? I'm out of here. That happens. I done seen it happen a couple times to different people. Happens. So I understand that. That's why I got to be happy within myself. Because if I put the pressure on her to make me happy, who wants that much pressure? I don't want the pressure of I don't want the pressure of having to make her happy. I want the responsibility to help create the environment so she can create her own happiness, or she can find things to be happy about. I don't mind doing that part, but I don't want to be like, make me happy, Clarence. I don't want to be that person. Because that's then when you're going to be just jumping through hoops all the time. Who wants to do that? Who wants to be that little monkey where the dudes put it, and the monkey's going up to all the apartment buildings getting money, right, with the little cup. You want to be that monkey? I don't want to be that monkey. I want to walk down the street holding hands, smelling the roses, right? If it rains on us, it rains on us, right? And when the sun comes out on both of us, right? Let me tell you what love is. I'm about to close the door, y'all. Let me tell you what love is. Love is when you see that person, you walk through the door, or you see them and you get that little twinge in your stomach. That's love. You get that little twinge in your stomach, and you see when you look at them that they get that little twinge in their stomach too. After a while, you don't even look at them and see it. You know it. Because the energy, you've been around them so long, your energies combine. And if that person's energy is off, and they go combine like that, and you're going to say, what's the matter? What's the matter? I'm getting too deep, man. But I love talking about love. I love it. Y'all know, y'all see, I love talking about love, man. My people that I love, man, I'll do whatever I can for them. Whatever I can for them. And people I don't, I give them a hearty salute, and I leave them alone, right? I'm not trying to convert nobody or convince nobody or nothing. I just want our people to do better. I want us to do better, especially the young men. I think if the young men do better, the young women will fall in line. They ain't gonna have no choice. Vaughn, you see that down there, right? Y'all see that down there, right? And Vaughn did that in love, right? Oh man. But y'all get me on love, man. I'm a what they call it, hopeless romantic when it comes to love, man. I'm not in no delusion. I love people that love And I love love, and I think that's the best way to be. Maybe it's because I'm a Taurus, or maybe it's because of this, or maybe it's because of that. I don't know. But I feel like every relationship you have that is of a serious nature or a close nature, if you love the person, you're going to try and do them as right as you can. If you know what love is. Right? Some people, now you got to watch it. Some people tell you they love you. They really don't. They know what you consider love, so they tell you, I love you too. But they really don't. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. Let's get on out of here, y'all. Let's see. Let's do the rundown. The chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Man, we had a great time in the chat. Everybody did a great job. Oh, man. Outstanding, man. Outstanding. No bots, no trolls. Man, when you got somebody like Risa out there that can, you know what I'm saying? Got them trolls shaking in their boots. You need that, right? You need that. But shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at, man. Strong performance from the chat. Very, very solid from the chat. Who was on the stage today? We had Patrice. What about OG Patrice? How do you think OG Patrice did today? Did good, right? Did good, right? We were trying to. I was trying to find with Patrice because I didn't have a chance to talk to Patrice because I was at work, and then I was listening to Arshawn when I was at work. So I didn't have a chance to call Patrice. I was gonna call her, but I didn't have a chance to call her because I want to find out what was the issue. What are we gonna be talking about? Because she sent this article to me, but I never got a chance to talk to her. But she came through, right? Well, what was up with the circus, man? What was up with the slot machines, right? I was like, man, where you at? You at the liquor store? She's like, nope. I'm sitting here eating some dinner. I just stopped to have a little, taste of the bubbly, right? But I had to sit right by this slot machine, right? Hey, man, I ain't never been to Arizona. I don't know how. I have been to Arizona. I'll take that back. I'll lie. I've been to Arizona. I've been to Tempe, Arizona. Tempe, Arizona. It was hotter than Hades out there, man. Oh, man. I think we got out there about 8 o'clock in the morning. Right? We had to drive up there for a martial arts seminar. We got up there about 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, we got to Arizona. I didn't get to Tempe till about 10, but we got to Arizona about 8 in the morning, right? Driving from Long Beach. And dude said, on the radio, yeah, he said, today's high is going to be 126. He said, right now, it's the low. The low is 108. So 108, that's the low? Man, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. And in Arizona, when the roads so long, man, they got all those wind wind turbines create electricity, right? They got farms they got roads, and it's all out in the desert, man. All out there. If your car go out on you on that desert, you done. You done. You done. We was out there, man. I mean, it was like nobody out there, man. Nobody. Your car go. It ain't like the 405 out here or the 110, man. You out there, you done. Anyway, man, but shout out to you definitely need AC, and we didn't have it. We was old school, man. We had to roll the windows down. Oh, man, but it was hot air coming in, man. It was just crazy, man. But I mean, we after a while we got acclimated. She said, "We love you too, Brooklyn." Hey, man, I love y'all too, man. I love y'all too. I hope, man. My prayer is that, man, all of us, we get what we want in this life, man. And everything that everything our hearts desire, we get it, man. You know what I mean? If we're willing to work for it, we can get it. So, I love my little people here. That's why I take too long talking. But anyway, I was talking about Patrice, right? How did Patrice do, right? She tried to act like she wasn't the one on the slot machine. She probably was talking to us on the slot machine. Yeah, Clarence, anyway, what I want to tell you is, so I was then Risa gonna say, hey, Patrice, play on it for me. I told you already, man. Risa says she don't read the directions good. Patrice says she don't read the directions good. They ain't gonna listen to me. If it's me, Patrice, and Risa, and Patrice and Risa in the front seat, I'm in the back seat. We supposed to be y'all waiting on us to come to an event? Good night, y'all. Good night. We all know we gonna make it. Good night. Oh no, okay, y'all. I'm sorry. Okay, let me finish. What about Patrice? How did she do tonight? Strong as always, man. Very solid, as always, right? As always. Patrice sent me a multitude of stuff, right? Multitude of stuff. I have to choose which thing, right? So sometimes I just go with the last thing. I didn't really get a chance to study this thing because I'm gonna blame it on Arshawn. I was watching Arshawn stream. If you haven't already get a chance to watch that stream, man, go watch this latest stream, man. It was funny. Plus, they dissected that stream. They dissected that situation like a surgeon, man. They tore it apart, right? It was like watching somebody at Benihana's. You know how the Benihana's where the dude's out there and he's cutting up everything and everything's flying in the air and he's chopping it up. That's what it looked like, man. It was a beautiful sight. Beautiful sight. Shout out to Arshawn and the crew at Crickley Jenkins over there, man. Shout out to them. Anyway, man, yeah, Patrice did good, man. As always, man, very solid, very strong performance from Patrice. What about Von Bryant? What about Von Bryant, man? As always, coming through, man, you know, the voice of reason, right? But don't get it twisted, man. Vaughn will be like, hey, wait a minute, hold on, let me say this, right? But the voice of reason, right? Well, I can't tell. What do y'all think about Vaughn's performance tonight? Very solid, very strong as always, man. Very, very solid showing, right? Sometimes you just need that person that comes in that kind of just clears the air, you know what I mean? Kind of just, you know, brings a level of sophistication to the situation, right? Because, you know, the rest of us are heathens, right? We heathens, man. So there's somebody out there that's teaching people how to get married to heathens, right? But us heathens, we already married, though. Man, but shout out to Von Bryant, man. Very solid performance, very strong as always. What about Black Man Unfiltered? Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, right? He came over. I didn't really get to put his feet under the fire like I wanted to. I really wanted to get to him, but you know, he had to go. He had a show to do. I think he's doing a show right now, but yeah, he had a show to do. But what do you think about Black Man Unfiltered? He wanted Rico bad, man. He had blood in his mouth for Rico. He had blood in his mouth for Rico, right? But I had to ask him. He said Rico shouldn't have got married. I said, oh, okay. So then did this other person that's trying to teach other people how to get married, should they be marrying heathens? Should they have married a heathen? That kind of stopped the conversation, right? That kind of stopped the conversation. Now, I was gonna go deeper, man, but Rico took the program to another direction, man. I was trying to keep it right there, but that's okay. I said I'll let it go because I'll come back to it later. Who else is on the? Who else? I can't even. Okay. Backman Unfiltered, Patrice, Vaughn, and who else? Oh, last but not least, no, that's not last. It's Arshawn. What about Arshawn? I'm looking at the wrong list. I was like, wait a minute, this person wasn't on there today. Looking at the wrong list. What about Arshawn? Arshawn over at Critically Drinking. Shout out to Arshawn, man. Good dude, good young dude, man. Like I said, what I like about him, you know what I'm saying? He just say how he feel, man. You know, he don't always agree with me. You know what I'm saying? But that's cool. That's cool, you know. Definitely young man sets up his argument right. I hope and pray for the brother to stay on YouTube, man. We need his voice out here. We need his voice, man. Y'all encourage that young brother, man. Encourage him. Tell him stay here, man. Don't worry about the sub count. It'll grow. It'll grow. Just keep putting out that knowledge. Just keep putting out that knowledge, man. But Arshawn, Very strong performance. Very solid as always. As always, man. Young soldier out there, man. Shout out to Arshawn. Who else came up? Oh, and last but not least is Rico Young, right? Rico Young came up. And what y'all think his first appearance back, right? Already was 2 or 3 in already before he got started with us, man. No, I'm just saying what I'm saying is. And Black Man don't know, man. Black Man Unfiltered just don't know, man. The ladies love Rico, man. They just Black Man Unfiltered just don't know that, man. You just don't know that, man. Rico ain't never gonna be at a loss, man. He might not have the one he want, but he definitely ain't gonna be at no loss, man. But shout out to Rico, man. What y'all think about Rico's performance, man? Very solid. Very solid. Came back, you know what I'm saying? I got to slow him down on those libations, man. But very solid performance. Very solid. Very solid. All right, everybody. That's everybody that came up today, y'all. I appreciate everybody for coming up on the stage. Thank y'all for listening, man. Thank y'all for hanging in there with me. If you want me to do a show on a specific topic, please let me know. Because currently, man, the only person I got really sending me stuff is Patrice. But I don't mind if any other one of you will want to send me something, and I could at least explore it, right? And see, well, maybe we'll do this, maybe we'll do that. You know what I mean? But until then, I'm gonna talk about stuff that I think is relevant, right? And I think one of the things I think is relevant is promoting good relationships. If you're going to promote marriage, then you should be promoting good marriage. How do you have a good marriage? That should be promoted, not so much the whole, just get married and just listen to the man. Having a penis does not qualify you as a good leader and as a beneficent and as a person who is going to get one. Okay, Risa. Yeah, email it to me. Just because you got a penis, that don't qualify you as. That qualifies you to present your situation, present yourself, but it don't qualify you and say that you got it all together or you working it all together, all out. That don't necessarily mean that just because you got a penis. That's why I say, man, got to get out of that. Let's qualify these people. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here, man. I'm about to fall over here. Y'all have the blessed rest of your evening. Blessed tomorrow. Blessed rest of the week. And let's try to meet back up here Thursday. I think I'm gonna take Thursday off. Just get in and just kind of take a rest, right? I don't want to push too hard, right? May take Thursday and Saturday off. So we might be here on, you know what? Let's just say Sunday. Let's say Sunday. Sunday we'll come back. How about that? Take Thursday off because Rico called me yesterday, cussed me out for about 45 minutes for streaming on Father's Day. There's no way you should be doing that, Clarence. You should have been home with your baby and your wife and couldn't argue with him, right? Now I let him cuss me out for 45 minutes. So I started talking to him about something he did, and he cut that short. Oh, okay. He cut that one short. Oh man, but anyway, y'all, man, yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. We'll see y'all on Sunday, unless something comes up, unless some real emergency or urgent comes up. I'm gonna take a couple of days off, y'all. Get back in the groove, right? All right, love y'all too. Yeah, you too, Risa. We love all of y'all. Everybody have a great evening, and I'll see y'all on Sunday. Peace.